Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Monday, July 24th. Let's see, the Monster Festival is continuing, I suppose. And apparently we have a World Championship happening from August 4th to August 5th with 8 teams. You're supposed to cheer your champions. Let's see. How? With 8 teams, vote for them, cheer them on, simply vote and support the players to receive legacy tickets and other items. Furthermore, 250 winners from those who voted for the winning team will be selected via lottery draw to receive 2,000 gems. How? How do we do any of that? Like, where would that be? Even on the screen, like, would it be under a special mission or what? So over the weekend I did manage to get some recording done and playing Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I also watched a YouTube video covering Tomb Raider a little bit more, just the history of Tomb Raider, and just trying to better understand what I've missed in those old games, and at some point also learning that this most recent reboot of Tomb Raider is actually the second reboot, so there's been 3 different timelines that they're potentially going to try and merge together. One of the things about my YouTube channel, though, I will say, is there's not, for the 3 hours I stream, for the sometimes 4 hours I stream, there's never an average view duration that's anywhere close to that. I'm getting maybe 30 minutes, if not misreading that to 30 seconds. So I am losing people just as I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Which really makes an argument to stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I want to see if there's perhaps a better way to get into more action. Yeah, there's no way to vote. It's not in the duel. It wouldn't be in the deck. It doesn't seem like it would make sense that it would be in the solo. So we'll check Duel Live, just see if that happens. No. So there must be some kind of other notification thing that's happening, and this is just telling you it's going to happen, which it's a bad call to action if you actually call the player to do something such as voting and then they can't immediately do it, and you're just encouraging people to forget that. I just realized that the fairies and monsters icons were there in the logo. It would be helpful if that was a little bit bigger for my eyesight, looking at the TV 8 feet away, which is too far away, certainly. I still don't feel like I'm 100% back as far as healthiness over the weekend, though, but I did get some work done where potentially I was going to get nothing done, and yeah, I'll leave it at that. So the idea, I guess, is to try to have more action and talk about news a lot quicker, which means I really need to just drop the idea of the accountability section at the beginning and maybe see if I can squeeze it in later or just drop it completely. The problem, of course, is your average view duration is always balanced between the people who get on, accidentally click on a video and then immediately click off before they've heard one word you've said, seen one bit of footage or imagery, there is a possibility, certainly there's people that hop onto these streams and they go on, they'll face cam and then leave immediately. Or I was not really looking for Yu-Gi-Oh! Or I was only looking for video game news, or I was only looking for Yu-Gi-Oh! Or they hear you talk and they were looking for no commentary Yu-Gi-Oh! Gameplay. Those are all possibilities, of which I'm sure there's many, many more. So, Twitter drama really doesn't have a lot to do with video games, but video game companies still are using Twitter quite a bit. And Elon Musk, I believe this is the second time now, has decided that he wants to change the parent company name of one of his companies. Originally, he wanted to change PayPal to X. Now he's apparently changing Twitter to X, which some people certainly could mock him for that, saying that, well, he's just obsessed with having a company named X. It is also possible that a lot of the work had already been done as far as just acquiring the rights to the name X, or that there is a real value in potentially having something just labeled X. Yeah. The @Twitter handle is still @Twitter, and if anything, I think it would have made a little bit more sense if he said, well, the parent company is going to be called X, and then Twitter is just going to be one of our products, and we're now opening ourselves up to having multiple products. But it doesn't really seem like that's the case, because he's changed the favorite icon, which is the icon that shows up on the tabs, of Twitter to an X. But he is keeping the terminology of retweet. It seems. Which I could see Microsoft and Xbox potentially having a problem with a company called X. He already has SpaceX too, so he already had an X. Tinfoil hat theory here. Wouldn't be surprised if there is some kind of like libertarian sovereign citizen type mentality, that if you name a company X, it is somehow not really a company and doesn't have to follow the same laws or pay the same taxes or something like that. But yeah, I haven't heard any evidence to really back up that tinfoil hat theory. But yeah, guess I have to just end here. Nothing I did beat this card. So I'm not getting back into cosplay per se, but I did want to ask this question as we see this. Is a generic character in an RPG like Fallout really on the same level as embodying the personality and the character of a narrative character in a video game? In a lot of ways, this is an original creation, because in Fallout, your character is always just your own original creation. Now, as for this cosplay, she just really has a blue jumpsuit on. There's not a lot of details. Noticeably, she's laying down so you can't even see like a Fallout logo or number, and she just has off-the-shelf boots. She does have some decent props here. Nuka-Cola and Pip-Boy on the arm, comic books that would raise your stats. I'm not sure exactly what that is supposed to be. Or what these are supposed to be. The little bobbleheads. Which really, that's just Fallout 3 that you collect bobbleheads, I think. I don't think you collect them in any of the other things. But when you actually look at the outfit, the stitch work is fine, but nothing particularly special. And the hairstyle with the bandana is not something I think I've ever really seen in Fallout. And then painted nails. Here's some bottle caps. There's more props along a bobblehead. Although, if you told me that this was just a CGI bobblehead added after the fact, I'd really believe you. Otherwise, this is also probably an off-the-shelf collector's edition of Fallout 3 item. It's not something that was really made. You may potentially lose points here for just having that perfect face makeup desire that a lot of these lewd cosplayers, although this outfit's not that lewd, but they all want that as far as perfect makeup, perfect eyeshadow and eyebrows and lipstick and not a single blemish on the face, when in the reality of Fallout you probably should have some scars or some dirt on your face just to better embody the character. That being said, then you get to the exact opposite situation. And personally, I have just never understood why there's so much of a desire to have the Tomb Raider reboot series depict Lara Croft so brutalized, so badly beaten up. Even if you are to take the idea that the staff was overworked at Eidos making the original Tomb Raider series before even the first reboot, let alone the second reboot. And if anything, as far as the YouTube video I watched, there was pretty significant staff turnover after like the second and third Tomb Raider games. But yeah, there's so much overworking that yes, it has been stated by the person creating the death animations for Tomb Raider 1, Tomb Raider 2, those early Tomb Raiders, that he was the only one having fun because he was just enjoying killing Lara Croft over and over again. So you take that and you get it, okay, they resent it, they were overworked, they were being asked to make a new Tomb Raider game in about 8 months, which is way, way too short. They were being pushed in a lot of directions. They were over a barrel as far as being paid residuals, but only getting those residuals if they stay with the company, at least until the release of the game, and being burnt out. The original concept character designer for Lara Croft seemingly left the project after the very first game, after the publisher tried to went very heavy in selling Lara Croft with sex, which, as far as I've ever heard it, Lara Croft was like based on his sister or stepsister originally, and so it was more of in an original concept, I think, attempt at making a girl boss character and skirting any copyright claims of her being an Indiana Jones claim, even though she totally is Indiana Jones. But noticeably on that case, nobody really wants to see James Bond or Indiana Jones this brutalized. Like, even in that like new Casino Royale movie where James Bond is being tortured, they're not showing cuts and bruises to this extent, and in older James Bond movies, obviously they wouldn't really been allowed to show that level of cuts and bruises, and just dirtiness in general. Uh, so, in yeah, but even if you were to say the original creators hated Lara Croft and they wanted to brutalize her, why did Crystal Dynamics come out of the gate? Because by that point, Eidos had basically gone out of business and lost the rights of Tomb Raider to Crystal Dynamics and Square Enix. So this would have really been the first time Crystal Dynamics had even touched the game, and they were still, to even a further extreme, brutalizing the character and lovingly animating death sequences, which they have toned down in the third game. It's much more repetitive than I think it was in the first game, and less likely that you really will die. And there are just some times where you will just kind of fall and hit the ground and not have a further animation. Whereas if you fall in the water, you fall in the water, then you smash your head on a rock. Yeah, but I definitely just don't get it. And I don't get why I guess cosplayers really just have to follow the game. Otherwise you are creating your own character. And inherently, I think, particularly when you're talking about Lara Croft cosplaying, I think you get significantly fewer people willing to do this amount of effort to be this detailed versus somebody who would just prefer to do the old Lara Croft in the green tank tops and the hot pants and the shorts, which would get them as much attention. But yeah. As for this actual picture, though, you really don't have a great background here. You got decent climbing hook prop and an outfit that takes a different level of skill to have that level of distressed and stained. But yeah, if you told me this was a full CGI render, I might very well believe you, even in the character. There's also, it seems, a fairly wide inconsistency on what hair color Lara Croft is. Like, she seems to be mostly dark brown, maybe black hair, but I feel like there was at least one game where she was a blonde. And then they've had a wide variety of voice actors, and in a lot of ways I think the problem with Shadow of the Tomb Raider is more that they've had a voice director tell her to be dark and swollen and sad in everything she reads as far as descriptions, which just makes her come off very mopey, even in situations where it doesn't make sense for her to be mopey. There was one collectible that she reads the description from, and she has this kind of upbeat happiness that you can hear in her voice and just in the pacing and the tone, and it's really in an inappropriate position for her to be upbeat and happy, which obviously all the collectathon items were just randomly recorded and randomly placed in the game. What really they could do, well, is have a reverse BioShock voice recording element in the Tomb Raider games. And this is potentially something that should be in a lot of games. And by that, if you, instead of staying in the menu and disrupting the game flow, you should have her pick up a a parchment, something she's translating, something she's documenting as a researcher, which is what she calls herself, um, and have her just pick up that item very quickly, and then have her record into like a Bluetooth headset a memo about it as part of her archaeology research that would be sent to a museum or other scientists later on. The difference there is then you can have the walk and talk instead of the stand it still, go to a menu, look at a 3D model that sometimes you can spin around, but usually the 3D models in this third game are just getting repeated, and they're just not visually interesting enough that you'd want to sit there and just spin it around for fun while getting 2 or 3 paragraphs of text if it's an important item, or a single sentence of text if it's an unimportant item. A lot of the collectathon things are really just almost certainly handwritten notes from an actual researcher in the real world about Mayan civilization and culture, or Peruvian civilization and culture. But yeah, it is incredibly game flow breaking, and then the other mechanics in Shadow of the Tomb Raider just do not overlap particularly well. You hunt to get resources to upgrade your weapons that don't need to really be upgraded, to potentially hunt some more to get more upgrades. But when you upgrade a weapon, you're not getting any XP, and when you hunt animals, you're getting a minimal of XP. So you have just that small overlap, small little sliver of a circle of an overlap with the idea of XP. You get XP to get skills that mostly just give you quality of life improvements, although some of the later skills actually do unlock whole new secondary bullet style of options that you'll never need in the game, because obviously the game was balanced so that you wouldn't have those options, and honestly it would just make a lot more sense for them to not exist. It does make sense to have the fire arrow and the fear arrow and the poison arrow. It doesn't make sense to have a explosive concussive bullet, or booby traps you can put on the bodies of corpses. It constantly wants to push into a third sphere of gameplay of a stealth killing game, and it gives you several stealth killing sequences that you really are just going to fumble through. There's just not a lot of chance that you're going to pull things off and stealth kill everybody in a room without alarming somebody. Maybe at the very end of the game, maybe in a new game plus. But taking all my complaints aside, I also have to admit I'm obviously not the target market for this game, because I'm looking at the achievements, and obviously the people who are playing the third game in this most recent Tomb Raider reboot have stuck with it, and they've gotten good, and the amount of people getting to the story mission and all the way through the story mission is very high. The amount of people who are getting to the side tombs is fairly high too. So they are much more engaging with the content, and I have this deluxe edition that gives me even more content, and I'm in this weird situation where I'm just not really in the mood to do the deluxe edition subquest. They may be better. I'm not really in the mood to do the submissions at all. And doing the submissions, which just mostly take you to retracing places you've already been, will just again give you XP, which really just gives you skills, and that's it. Well, let's see if there's anything we can do here. These new pop-ups for Yu-Gi-Oh! I still don't really fully understand what they're doing. Then the last cosplay thing I wanted to mention too is this is back to the idea. Here you have Slytherin Girl, which is basically just a cosplayer with a green robe and a green tie in a schoolgirl outfit. It's not particularly going for any character like Luna Lovegood or any named character that you could even pick out through, I think, a fairly high list of characters mentioned in the Harry Potter books. And she's just sitting on the stairs and showing a lot of leg and just off the shelf shoes and school outfit and robe. There's no Slytherin patch or anything like that. So you assume that that too is basically just an original character. It's my understanding that original characters tend not to really win in cosplay events because they're just not recognizable. Although, is cosplay really even supposed to be a competition, or is it supposed to be your own personal self-expression? And how much of that self-expression is a self-expression of showing off your body versus showing off your costume designing skills? The other part of this one cosplay image, though, is that it's hashtagged Hogwarts Legacy, and if it had any direct connection to Hogwarts Legacy versus Harry Potter Magic Awakened versus just Harry Potter in general, it would be a character with a name. And that's just not how it is. It just says Slytherin Girl, Slytherin, Harry Potter, Hogwarts Legacy, cosplay. So, yeah. One of the things I would like to see, potentially, is figuring out, personally for me, whether I'm sticking with Twitter because there really is no better option, and Threads doesn't seem like it's growing fast enough. People not really talking about Threads this week, or even last week. The slow rollouts of a lot of these things. What is the other one called? Skybox or something? Blue Sky. Yeah. There's one called Blue Sky that people have been hyped about for at least a month, if not longer. And it's just been very slow to roll out. And even the tech people who hop onto everything very quickly and start to hype these things, like, they stop talking about it after a week. It's very much like the Giant Bombcast and mainstream video game journalists in general, in that they have potentially early access to things. Video gamers have early access to games and are playing them before they're released. Tech journalists have early access to things like Twitter, Blue Sky, Threads, and talk about it for a few weeks. Then they get bored and they move on to the next thing because their entire business model is around talking about the next newest thing. Whereas real people need stability. We need either a real Twitter replacement that actually works or not, or we're just sticking with Twitter. But if there wasn't a better replacement, I probably would go through a better system of finding more wholesome, I guess, for lack of a better term, cosplay, and see how much of that really exists and how much of that might change the perception. At a certain point, a lot of cosplay is only done for conventions, and conventions themselves are dying. Like, it is really a hobby that's very time consuming. You're going to spend 6 weeks to 6 months, if not longer, making a costume for one annual convention. You're not doing a bunch of cheap lewd cosplays for your OnlyFans on a daily, weekly basis. At least I would assume some cosplayers aren't doing that. There might be quite a bit of overlap of cosplayers that go to conventions also supplementing their hobby by doing OnlyFans. Guess we'll try this one. We're pretty much just not winning with any of these. And so it is going to be a slog just to get to this point, let alone any further. So this is like the 30-minute point where I lose people, which in most cases this is usually when I'm not even talking about news. Apparently a Borderlands interactive streaming service has been announced. Borderlands Echo Vision Live is in development at the studio behind Silent Hill Ascension. I almost wonder if this is a attempt at something more like, could you have something like ChatGPT make an infinite interactive cartoon? We are much closer to that idea than I think I would have said even a year ago. But with the Borderlands animation style, having those 3D models in there, it really would just come down to being able to tie a powerful enough computer to the mouth movements and having the right kind of interface and interaction. But eventually it does feel like you're probably just going to have a camera or a microphone in front of a TV, and the kid is going to watch a cartoon and then tell the cartoon to do this or do that, and it's just going to do it. There probably should be some delay and some oversight at the moment if you're going to do something like that. And so I assume it's much more realistic here that this would be more like a branching path visual novel where it still is narratively driven and written, and you'll have a few different decisions. Now notably, we've seen Netflix try this before. This isn't actually Netflix, I think, doing this, but we have seen Netflix do this with the Bandersnatch app, and there was a cartoon one where a cat was trying to like break into a house and steal, be a cat thief and steal jewelry or steal a painting or something. And you can definitely, in those Netflix ones, see the edges and see the gameplay mechanic when the video just pauses and it asks you to do something left, choice A or choice B. But yeah, I don't think we are 20 years away from potentially having enough power to always have a customized, randomized cartoon with characters. The problem I think you run into right now with the idea of Borderlands Echo Vision is that you're still just dealing with Borderlands characters who are mostly annoying characters. There is not a lot of love for the crazy psychopaths that were designed and written to be psychopaths on Pandora. Like, people kind of like the Firehawk, and they kind of like Tiny Tina, but Tiny Tina has been overplayed, whereas other characters that people I think may have liked more, like Mr. Shank, probably isn't going to show up. And then, like, the midgets, being called midgets, it was not PC, and intentionally not PC when the game was originally released, and now it's really not PC. PC in this case meaning politically correct. There is also the element of live here, so I don't know how that really would work either. So this could really be fairly groundbreaking. But it also points Borderlands in a totally different direction. And it does feel like 2K is really trying to make Borderlands this multi-genre game series that I just don't think it really can handle. I wouldn't be surprised if, for the most part, it is really closer to a Telltale game that is somehow being played live, or the live is just not accurate description. And that they are not trying to create something new yet again, but instead have a Borderlands Telltale type narrative without working with the new Telltale company. Although we have not actually seen any good writing around Borderlands since the Telltale game. And they've killed off and changed so many characters. Yep. Borderlands 3 noticeably not well received because of its poor writing and characterizations. We have a Video Games Chronicle story here. 14,000 retro games have been added to Xbox, largely thanks to Phil Spencer. And so it would be crazy to speculate that Phil Spencer is now in charge and that's why this is happening, and Major Nelson, Larry Herb, is leaving because of this happening. I'd like to get an actual quote here as far as why it's largely due to Phil Spencer. The in-stream studio head Mike Roos said the creation of the Xbox app was mainly due to the involvement of Xbox boss Phil Spencer. My background has been running studios and making AAA games for 23 years. I set up a London Xbox development studio back in 2012 and had good relationships with a large number of people in Xbox, including Phil Spencer. When I went to Antstream, a lot of focus had already been on trying to get on things like smart TVs, and I said, look, we need to get where the gamers are. Okay, so the personal relationship, or professional relationship, take your pick, between Antstream head and Phil Spencer created a relationship that later on was helpful in the creation of this Antstream app. There is this problem, and I look forward to seeing anybody solve this. Perhaps it could be Antstream Arcade, perhaps it's someone else. It's definitely a problem that's been tackled and attempted several times before. But even if you're just running ROMs on your Steam Deck on your computer, there is always this problem of there not being a good way to add 1400 or 10,000 or 67,000. Like you can get somewhere between 60 to 140,000 ROMs on a computer pretty easily if you just want a complete collection, or you want a collection in multiple European versions or multiple languages. If you're including a lot of Commodore 64 type or ZX Spectrum games, things you probably wouldn't have ever heard about or particularly cared about, you almost certainly want closer to a curated experience, closer to 1400 games. But yeah, 1400 games can be achieved in a couple different ways. You can try and get every single NES game, and then you're going to have 600 or 700 ROMs alone just for NES. And then when you start to say every NES and Super NES and several select arcade games and several select Master System games, you still get up to that 1200. But those are all very big numbers compared to a Steam library, which at the best case scenario, if I was just to estimate, I probably have purchased less than 3,000 games on Steam. In fact, instead of speculating, let me just bring up Steam Library and see if it shows me. Let's see. Profile might be very much on the profile. Yeah, here it is. So just on my Steam profile, which I still have like Google Plus here, Twitter, Facebook, Tumblr. Not really doing anything with that. But the number of games I have purchased in total on Steam that are in my library, purchased or not, just that I own in my library, is 1,430 games. That also is not including, I assume, 965 bits of DLC, which that really highlights on that ratio as far as just how much DLC has infected and ruined video games. And on my wish list, which is definitely not a collection of all the games I really would want to play, it's just a collection of games I might want to play, and I still would have to decide whether I'm actually willing to pay for it or whether I have actual time to play those games. But even on the wish list, I only have 4,078 games. So the totality of what I potentially could play in my lifetime at the moment is close to 5,500 games. So that's the real split there. When I own 1,400 more modern games, and then you can very easily get 1,400 retro games. How do you, when working with those big numbers, how do you make a library that depicts that, or that sorts that information out well? How do you manage a library like that? That's the difficulty, certainly. And libraries have had that difficulty, certainly. And there's not the best systems, even there. You want there isn't really a great equivalent to whatever the new system is, as far as whatever replaced the Dewey Decimal System for video games. The best I figured out how to do is just have subcategories in the library that break up action games into a subcategory, or adventure games into a subcategory, or fighting games into a subcategory. And that helps me manage fairly well, but not amazingly well. And that information has to be somewhat accurate too. And when you start to get into retro games, it becomes harder to find a way to label old games as far as an action game or an adventure or fighting game. Like, that information has to be typed in by somebody somewhere. Information overload, I suppose, is just a real problem in general as we go forward. And one of the things that is hurting the internet, in my opinion, right now, is that information overload has just pushed a lot of people to curated experiences and oligarchical experiences, where it is a big corporation like YouTube that has all the video. So if you want to watch video, you go to YouTube, and then you just submit yourself to the whim and the will of YouTube as far as watching their ads and what content they want you to see. Even in trying to make Twitch has failed to convince people to say Twitch is the place you go to watch people play video games, and YouTube is the place you go to watch people do other things. Yep. Feels like this is really just going to be a super slow grind. So, Sony Interactive Entertainment announced its China Joy 2023 lineup. This is part of the this includes the China Hero Project titles and more being on exhibit. There is several games here that they're going to highlight. China has been, from what I can see, not really paying much attention. They've definitely been pushing a effort to make sure Asian companies in general continue to do business with China or do more business with China instead of doing business with the Western world in general. One assumes that's mostly the United States, but really it is just the Western world. The problem with that is China is China and has done all the things that makes people not really want to deal with China, and they have been mostly supporting Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which is definitely a bad look for them, even amongst other Asian countries. Just in general, because if China silently endorses Russia invading Ukraine, then they are also just maintaining their one China policy of taking over Hong Kong and Taiwan and other places like that, and just more and more territorial waters and islands around them. That being said, that could change at any moment. I did hear a few weeks ago that Russia bombed trains full of like grain going to China, perhaps on accident or perhaps intentionally, which that could be the first step to souring the relationship. Speaking of souring a relationship, though, as I've mentioned in the last stream and probably the one before that, my favorite lewd gacha collectathon game, Destiny Child, where you have live 2D swaying back and forth anime girls, is coming to end of service in September. And yeah, they are giving enough rewards that honestly I think I probably will be able to, if I just put a lot of effort into it, hitting the button and automating things, I think I may be able to just get all of the things you might want visually as far as costumes and outfits unlocked before it transitions to a memorial version of the software, which they really haven't explained what the memorial version of the software really is going to be, but at the very least it's going to let you see the characters and the outfits you have. Some of the extra outfits like the spa, I assume, will also be unlocked, but you may not be able to continue to interact with the spa in such a way as to unlock new outfits. At a certain point, they really should just unlock everything and just say, hey, here's all the characters, here's all the outfits, let's just release a completely different game just to highlight our character and our art, which was the main selling point. I also want the background music and the story. I'd like the story to actually wrap up, but I suspect there will be either a very abrupt thing there, or it'll either be way too rushed and a bad ending, or it will just not have an ending at all. Now, notably, from what I've heard, as people are talking about the end of service, is one of the reasons why Destiny Child has survived as long as it has is that the CEO of ShiftUp was very much a fan, if not the artist who created some of the characters in the game. Which that level of support can go very, very far. I'm very blindsided by this statement that it was just not making money when, as far as I understood it, it was making money. But inherently, I put a post on the Destiny Child Global subreddit as far as just what is your tinfoil hat, like this is just a little bit of fun type post. What's your tinfoil hat conspiracy as to the real reason why it's being shut down? Because I am a little blindsided by the idea of them saying it's just not making money. The monetization on the storefront was really bad for people who wanted to pay only a little bit, or who would not want to pay anything and be a free-to-player, which in fairness I was, so I was definitely part of the problem. But you would think if every month they have multiple $100 microtransaction DLC options, you'd think somebody is purchasing that to a level that makes sense, because they've never shifted the prices. They never tried for even a second to say, hey, let's reduce the prices and make things cheaper next month. They've never really complained about not making enough money in any way. And they haven't offered new or different things to try to make extra money. Now, notably, for the past year or two or three, they've given up on trying to stop bots. And that probably highlights how quickly after they released their new game, Nikke, they had yeah, I think they very quickly had planned to destroy Destiny Child and stop supporting it after Nikke had come out, and they just didn't want to admit that on day one of the release of Nikke, Destiny Child was effectively dead in their minds. And they probably wanted to buy themselves some time just to make sure Nikke actually did succeed. But my irritance is really with Reddit, in that I made that post and put out a couple starter suggestions. And while my joke comment got upvoted enough, the two legitimate tinfoil hat conspiracies, so not really that legitimate, comments, as far as this might be a reason really that they contributed, or that might have been a reason that they're stopping. One of the suggestions was that they had just shown a lack of interest in getting rid of the bots. It just got downvoted to the oblivion, and downvoted in the exact same amount of downvotes. And as a lurker who really hasn't engaged with Reddit, that is not a good experience. And that's always been my experience. Like, every maybe year or two, I try to post actual original content or comment on something, and it either is just completely ignored or it is downvoted. And I can either say that there is karma bots and karma farms, and say that there are bots on Reddit, which I suspect heavily there are, or that there's just a brokenness in the popularity contest system of Reddit, which obviously that system is broken. Of course, people are for the most part staying with Reddit that are staying with Reddit, and people that aren't staying with Reddit have moved on to mostly Discord. But yeah, the popularity-based system does not work in small communities. It possibly works in very large numbers. It is possible for things to work at scale and not really work in small groups. The fact that potentially somebody has a karma bot and they'll downvote me, and then that karma bot will have 6 other bots downvote me, so I'll have immediately -7 karma because one real human and 6 other people, 6 other bots have downvoted me, to the point where the message is not even being shown because it's in that negative karma. That's a broken system in a community that for Destiny Child Global at most has like 40,000 followers, and in reality probably has 200 people that actually look at it and comment. Yep. Can I attack here? No. So we gotta do something. See if this does anything. Yeah, I don't think either of that's gonna work. I imagine, I guess, if you're gonna make a new Reddit type website, you need to really just have 3 websites with 3 different filters. Right at the beginning. Something as blatant, and this would require people to actually be honest with themselves, where they say something where you could say, I'm a free speech advocate, I want to see all content, including disgusting and potentially illegal in my country content. Illegal content still should be flagged, but I'm no narc and I'm not going to do it. Versus, I am not a free speech advocate, and I want to see censorship around what generally is defined as hate speech or disgusting speech, and I'm looking for a happy time and no conflict and no negativity. Versus, I'm extremely left-leaning in the United States, and so I want like democratic left-leaning, which is really still just center-right or center-left. So I want content that mostly agrees with me on that. Or I'm right-leaning Republican in the United States, and I want that. And potentially then would say, actually I'm a libertarian, so I'm even more right-leaning. Or actually I'm an anarchist, or actually I'm a communist, or actually I'm a socialist. Like, if you're actually, a lot of people do describe themselves or get described in that way. So, sure, probably would have been helpful to activate that card later. But yeah, if you started from that perspective and there was just some filters, and maybe you don't go the political route, maybe you just go the conflict route. Like, because the Reddit system itself does highlight controversial in that people are upvoting and downvoting. But I think if I was going to make a system like that, I would get rid of the upvoting and downvoting. get rid of the idea of a direct democracy when there's no protections around that direct democracy from bots, from cheating, from manipulation, from mods who are not part of that direct democracy at all. They are above it. Obviously, they can take down, edit posts, things like that. Yeah, very much. You don't really have democracy, a real democracy in the United States when only people in the Democratic or Republican Party can really be even listed on the ballots to run. You have a two-party system at that point, and it's whoever the two-party system selects is who you're voting for. So instead of having that upvoting, downvoting thing, if I was going to make Reddit, I would potentially have an algorithm that tried to measure the hotness of a statement. And by hotness, I mean, is this an aggressive statement? Is this a controversial statement? Is this a statement that the algorithm thinks people would agree with? Or and at a certain level, I guess if you made a top level statement and said nothing, then the statement should just be considered a neutral statement. Then if somebody replies to it and says something, then they should be, after typing in and actually contributing something like even if it is just I disagree, then that statement would be used to determine whether the top level statement is controversial, and it would be considered a contested, slightly controversial, because there's one disagree for one neutral statement that obviously the poster agrees with. And then if there was 5 people that say they disagree and put comments, then you would see that it would be a mostly disagreed with or an overruled statement by mob rule. But then there could also be a sub comment where somebody says I disagree with your disagreeing, and then that would put the top level back up. And those engagements, particularly if you required people to actually say something and write something, have, I think, a lot more value than just the thumbs up, thumbs down mentality that we see in most other social networks, which there's obviously an idea, and this has nothing to do with video games, I'm just rambling, I now realize, but there was too much around the idea of engagement, where studies that were designed to show that engagement is always good have created this thought in social media sites that they always need engagement and more engagement, when I just don't think that's always the case. I don't think people would have ever left Facebook if Facebook hadn't added extra hearts and thumbs up and things like that. Those are nice features and all, but the idea that you needed that extra engagement really complicated Facebook more than it needed to be, and it doesn't really lead to any more ad revenue per se. And I think that's where the biggest misassumption is that more engagement leads to people spending more time on the site, which leads to more people seeing ads. And honestly, if I was going to make a new social media site, I would like to base it in some foundations, if I really could, of just fact. Some undisputed facts that must be undisputed and agreed to for you to even be on the site. Like, let's just say regardless of definition, everybody wishes, I agree and wish good on all people. Like, you could start with that. Good is good. Whatever your definition of good is, I'm going for that. I'm not going to, in opposite of that, like try to do bad things or wish ill will on people. And you start with something like that. Or you start with something even more basic, as far as just a fact. Let's 1 + 1 = 2, and then if you have a little question mark here at the bottom, it explains in the math system of a 10 base 10 numbering system, 1 + 1 = 2. If you're not willing to agree to that basic fact, gravity exists, time exists, light exists, basic scientific facts. Start people off on just that general journey, and maybe even create a branching section where you start to get into some disputed things, like the world is round. If they say, no, I don't agree that the world is round, then they get put into a flat earthers group that is a sub-filtered section of the site. Or, I don't believe in evolution. Okay, you get into your sub-filtered site, and then that better categorizes your group of people. If anything, I guess that's kind of like Google Circles, with the difference being you're being forced into a circle, and there's potentially no way out of that circle. Or there's probably should be a way out to say, actually, I've changed my beliefs on this point. But in general, I think the onboarding process of a new social media site would be nice if everybody had to admit 1 + 1 = 2. There's not a lot of people that dispute that. And people that can't do math, or that refuses to admit that, are either too obstinate or too crazy to be on any social site. And maybe that should be the whole gimmick of a social site, is that you would just have people posting beliefs, opinions, and things that are more facts, and people would be voting for those simplistic statements of facts. That is, in some way, what Wikipedia is that you have the whole world arguing, or the people that are editing Wikipedia things arguing about what are flat, neutral statements and statements of facts, describing things. Of course, Wikipedia suffers from the problem of having relevancy problems, in that Wikipedia will not let you have a web page describing like an individual person who is irrelevant. You can't make a Wikipedia page about your high school teacher unless your high school teacher has done something that makes him relevant and newsworthy, worth having a Wikipedia page. Anyways, I guess that was a really, really long way of saying I'm kind of peeved at Reddit for being downvoted. I really didn't mind being downvoted. I mind the fact that some subreddits that are so small and some posts that don't have that many posts are downvoted to the point where you can't see them, and that the spam problem and their downvoting system just to hide spam is so bad that that was their solution. Generally, on Destiny Child Global, if you're putting a post there, you're going to get 5 or 6 comments. It doesn't make any sense to hide any comments at that number and that level. Wow, I just ran out of cards. It would make sense to perhaps only show the top 100 by default. Let's do one more game. I'd like to actually win today once. But until you have enough conversations in the top 100. Nothing really should be hidden. Like, most subreddits that I follow are niche enough that they're getting 1 or 2 comments at most. A lot of them get none at all. You compare that to what you see on the front page, and you have thousands and thousands of comments as far as people seeing the front page, and that's it. Which that's always been the problem with just even real world newspapers, is that the front page, above the fold, the part of the newspaper you used to be able to see for free in a newspaper stand back when those things existed, those headlines on the front page above the fold were seen by people far more often and discussed far more often. And all of that rambling is just prelude to this Video Games Chronicle article showing that Tencent, the company that also invested in ShiftUp and in part almost certainly helped ShiftUp commit its own downfall as far as Destiny Child is concerned, but also is helping ShiftUp run Nikkei and helping fund ShiftUp make their new game that is a attempt at a AAA game. Like, Tencent is going to become the majority shareholder in the Dying Light studio Techland. Now, notably, what this, I think, highlights, and it's something we need to, as a society, I guess, just admit. It just needs to be said. Video game developers don't have a unlimited bottomless well of ideas for making video games. And they just got lucky. And this is kind of the problem in general with capitalism, particularly in artistic forms of media, is this thought that if you're a one-hit wonder in music, that is just your first single, and you're going to be able to make another single, and you're going to be able to make a full album eventually, and then a second album, and a third album, and then you'll be able to go on tour with your library of several albums. And for a lot of artists, I'd say the vast majority of artists, it's just not true. You may have one hit wonder song. A lot of songs in the music industry in particular are not written or actually created by the singers or the performer. Anyways, and we just need to admit that in video games too. The Bungie creating Halo 1 was able to create Halo 2, Halo 3, but eventually they ran out of steam, and eventually they went and made Destiny, and then eventually they just made Destiny 2 that's barely an improvement, in my opinion, to Destiny 1. And I don't really suspect that Destiny 3 or whatever the next Bungie game that would come out would be much of a different experience or much of a better experience. And we're seeing that over and over again. Ubisoft makes Assassin's Creed 1 and then the Ezio trilogy of Assassin's Creed 2 and its sequels, and then they eventually run out of ideas and they make Assassin's Creed 3 and then have some luck. One team has luck in the Assassin's Creed case. Ubisoft is a big company, had multiple people working on it, so they have some luck with Black Flag, but then you also have Syndicate and uh, Unity, and there's just a really bad run of repetitive and bad ideas, or bad implementations of ideas in the Assassin's Creed series. And it really, once again, highlights the problem with connecting art to capitalism, to monetization. Artists have really only succeeded well when you have somebody like the Catholic Church just paying somebody to spend 10 years on his back painting the Sistine Chapel. Just rich kings and queens paying artists to make things to decorate their castles. But yeah, when you get into something like Van Gogh, or Van Gogh never, I think, sold a single painting in his lifetime, that is just not viable in modern society, where I think Van Gogh was also a son of a rich person, which tends to be the case for artists that have the time to work and make enough art to be remembered. But patronage is the word I'm looking for. Is really the only way art works. And video games, in my opinion, have to be art. So the whole system is really broken. My suggestion on how to fix that, which would fix problems for a lot more people, would be to have universal basic income and force game developers like Techland to take a massive haircut on how much money they're getting paid, in favor of giving them a lot more freedom of expression as far as making the next game they want to make, and taking whatever amount of time they want to make with it. Plus, if universal basic income existed, a lot of people who would love to be in the game industry but don't live in the right places or have the right funding would also come into the game industry, and we would shift the game industry back away from overly bloated projects that cost $300 million to make into AA, single A projects that take 6, 7, 8 years to make and are being paid with just out of a UBI paycheck that's going to everybody. But yeah, my opinion around this is that Techland was out of ideas pretty much after Dying Light 1. They did a really good job of making Dying Light 1 one of the biggest, most DLC filled, most polished game. And then they made Dying Light 2, and it wasn't as well received. It wasn't terrible, in my opinion, from what I saw, but I haven't actually played Dying Light 1 or 2. That is a big problem too, is increasingly I'm having to say, I haven't played this game, I haven't played this game, I haven't played this game. And I'm having to talk about games I haven't played. But yeah. And it's worth pointing out that Dying Light 1 is just Dead Island 2. Techland made Dead Island 1. So when they stopped being in charge of making the Dead Island series after Dead Island 1, they made Dying Light instead, and it's the same concept, and it's a decent concept, but they should have totally not made Dying Light 2. They should have made something completely different, and they just didn't have a different idea there. Slight changes in how Dying Light 2 plays, but it's still the exact same style of action RPG game that has to then at some point really be compared to a lot of more established action RPG games that would come in the form of Japanese action RPG games. And I don't think it really holds a candle if you start to have those comparisons. But yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make there, though, is that Tencent has been fairly good so far about not making it obvious that they're drastically changing the companies they're investing in. But obviously, any company that invests in a company starts to change the way the companies work. There's just new demands on profitability. There's new demands on schedules, new demands on how things are going to want to be done. Okay. If I had learned what these cards did more. Let's find the one with the most amount of attack and go with that. Might as well activate as much things as possible. I think this is where these cards in particular would no, these kind of events would do better if you were getting rewards for activating things more than just winning. Okay. I think this card still wins for me. That'll be the last game for today. We got one victory, one card, 8 gems, and 1 legacy pack. And that gives us 500 gems. And see, this is really where I think it would be better, is if there was just a list of things you're supposed to do that would be very natural as far as just normal summon, activate spells, traps, things like that. And that was giving you some points towards these medals, instead of just medals being a currency for victories that is different than the currency for victories in ranked play. That would be nicer, certainly. But yeah, I definitely want to get to this point to get this glowing rod, which is visually not even that interesting. Ideally, I'd want to get to this point because that is a larger amount of gems at 300. And then legacy packs and titles would be nice, but I don't think I would spend the extra time on that. We don't have really the worst amount of gems anyways. So as far as the monster festival, special summoning, we have done. Winning, we have not done much. We've only won once And we have 6 more days. Destroying cards, we've made some progress there. Normal summoning, we've made some progress there. In dueling in general, we've made some progress there. And then as far as daily quests go, Ritual XYZ and dueling in solo mode excluded, we have everything else collected. This is still too slow, though, collecting all of this. And that gets us up to 6,111. I don't know how I got to 111 gems, but I guess at some point they started to give me individual amounts of gems since I just got 8. The Ash Ketchum's final Pokemon episode will debut on Netflix next month. Ash and Pikachu have starred in almost 1,300 episodes of the show. That will be the end of Pokemon in its original animation style, although in all fairness, they've slightly improved the animation style and just the amount of polish and effort put into it, and probably just the technology making it easier to animate Pokemon over the decades. And they've changed his outfit and such. Pikachu hasn't changed too much, but I think he's probably a little bit skinnier than he used to be originally depicted. Ash's outfit probably has changed for the most part. His face has maybe been improved. It is very much, even by the kawaii and moe style, very, very big eyes, very cartoony eyes that Ash Ketchum is drawn with. Big elongated eyes, big forehead, giant head. But yeah, not a lot of detail on the ears and hair or anything. And when they start the new series, that's going to be the new cast of characters. Let's click on that. With a fairly different style. There. You have still pretty elongated eyes and big heads, but I think just a little bit more smoothness, a lot more colorful, and you'll definitely have different Pikachu, Captain Pikachu here, instead of just Ash Ketchum's original Pikachu. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. So there's this weird thing in this Komatsu article well, not in the article. There's this weird thing in reality, certainly, where there must have just been more advertisements pushing me to watch Invincible on Amazon Prime that I subconsciously just saw an advertisement, because I definitely was pushed to watch the Invincible Amazon Prime cartoon based on the Invincible comic, and just as I was watching that, I heard that Invincible Season 2 is coming out in about a month or so. As another form of advertisement, a comic book styled visual novel called Invincible Presents Adam Eve has been announced for PC. Now, I kind of would hope that this visual novel either is interactive and not just static, but I'd also hope it's not telling the exact same story as the Invincible Presents Adam Eve content that they've added to promote Season 2. Adam Eve is potentially a character as strong as the Invincible main protagonist is, if not stronger, in a world that is full of superheroes that are definitely not as strong as Invincible is. And if anything, the main conceit here of the Invincible story, which is very bloody, and they kind of don't do a good job highlighting just how bloody and aggressive and violent it's going to get in the end. But the main conceit is, in the Invincible world, it's a world full of superheroes, and that have engaged in a world full of superheroes like Marvel or DC. But unlike Marvel and DC, the superheroes definitely can be killed, definitely can be bloodied, and definitely will have their organs just ripped out and shown as grotesquely as possible. It is a very gory story, not just bloody gore. And even in a world where superheroes exist, supervillains still exist to create that unmovable object versus an unstoppable object crashing into each other, and it's just going to still create a bunch of, that's a bad comparison, but it's going to create a bunch of violence and conflict. And so it kind of highlights where, if you were a superhero, it really makes a lot of sense that you're only having the best of experiences if you are invincible, if you are Superman, or if you're the only superhero in that universe, if you're just so far above everybody else. There's a lot of emotional things around Invincible that would be spoilers, but suffice it to say, Adam Eve here is a fairly emotional character, despite the fact that she's very, very powerful, and Invincible himself is a very, very, very physically powerful character, but emotionally weak, and that's the reoccurring theme. So let's go ahead and just see what this looks like. Here is Invincible, and yeah, this animation does not look particularly colorful enough. It's really dim for some reason. It looks like there might be some interaction here in actual gameplay. One of the things about the teaser trailer image, though, of Season 2 of Invincible is that they show a lot of characters that you get introduced to. You get introduced to a lot of characters, like this guy. And almost none of those characters could possibly be around in Season 2. There was just too much death that happened at the end of Season 2. Although they do open up the door fairly well that people that look dead can also be brought back. So I'd say this doesn't look like the animated Adam Eve thing. Now, would I say you should watch Invincible? If you are okay with violence and gore, then, and very mature. If you like The Boys, then you probably would enjoy Invincible. I would say one of the things about The Boys in particular is that it has perhaps a little bit more cussing and sex in it, and that's something that that Invincible kind of strays a little bit more away. And honestly, in The Boys, it is getting farcical just how much sex and violence is in The Boys, where Invincible stays more realistic. And yeah, it doesn't really have sex and nudity in it, but it's more emotional and more violent and more gory because it's a cartoon. So here's Larry Herb just going, X, huh? Okay. That's pretty much his response. Noticeably, when I reset this, you can see you're seeing this X symbol on Twitter now. Yep. And anytime I'm clicking on a tab that I had open before, it's reloading and changing the favorite icon from the blue Twitter bird. In fairness, the blue Twitter bird and the blue visuals aren't iconic enough that you really feel the need to keep that. Like, I could see the idea of changing it, but perhaps maybe having a stronger argument or a stronger product to change it to than just X. Let's see, what was I going to say about YouTube creators? Oh, yes, there was this tweet that caught my eye from YouTube creators. What's the first thing you do after uploading a new video? Watch it, reply to comments, relax, or other, and then they want you to engage because that's all they really care about on YouTube creators, which is so stupid that YouTube creators is not really trying to help creators or support creators. They're just running their Twitter as a way of trying to get as much engagement for themselves. It's not like they're getting ad revenue share for engagement. I don't think anybody on Twitter has something like that, although they have announced something like that, or they most recently may have announced something like that. But YouTube creators has tried to get engagement for a long time. But yeah, it's these first two are insane. If I make a 3-hour video, even with my new procedure for checking for errors, I am not going to upload the video and then watch it all the way through. I'm going to play the video on my computer using just Video LAN client or some other video player and skip around. I'm totally willing to take the risk of having the video upload and then something on YouTube's side messing the video up, because I can't really control that anyways. But yeah, if you are watching your own video, you're giving yourself maybe a little bit of artificial watch time and one extra artificial view, and potentially helping your video in that case. But you're also you're doubling the amount of time at least that you've spent on that video, particularly if in the case of people who are editing their videos, which is most successful content creators, is that they aren't just doing everything in camera and live like I tried to do. They are making footage, they're cutting the footage down, they're watching that final cut multiple times. The second one is also incredibly stupid, because if you just uploaded a video, there should not be any comments on that specific video to reply to. So then the only comments you possibly could reply to after uploading a video would be comments to another video, which you should have already commented to and interacted with. Relaxing, you can't really go wrong with relaxing. Relaxing too much will hurt your channel, certainly, but people need mental breaks and to recharge, so there's nothing really wrong with that idea. As far as other, I would like to see what the other things are, and let's see if there's any comments here. Here you have like promoted on socials, which makes a lot of sense there. Promoted on socials, nothing nobody watches. That's pretty much true for a lot of content. Refresh the YouTube app to see where it lands on the previous 10. Spam refreshing, hoping to see your first view pop up in an hour. Pray to the algorithm gods. Post the link to everywhere. Fall asleep, relax for sure. Touch grass. So shared on social, by far, is the legitimate response that people are giving. Okay, and so we once again are back to Dan, the sole editor and creator of YouTube Censored Gaming, with his sad story just getting worse. And I find myself more willing to believe his statement. I mean, there's always a chance that he's just become a grifter for some reason. Otherwise, his life just does seem like it is a nightmare, and really, really bad. But yeah, the latest update as to why he's not really making content is that um, has, let's see, like on May 16th, he was saying, it sucks I haven't made so much content, and then by May 27th, I need to break the silence over here, but I will go into more details. May 27th, last night, I had to go to the emergency department and was diagnosed with a large ulcer on my left eye cornea that is also infected. Let's see, he needs eye drops. He's trying to stay positive, but that's not even the worst of it, because then he has come up and said that he was solely surviving off of a PayPal credit, which is just like a really terrible system. Like, and obviously that's just like a bad system, and he doesn't know how to run his life. It definitely strikes me, if we're to believe Dan of Censored Gaming, which we really would, I would personally like to believe him and see him get back to running Censored Gaming. Otherwise, he needs to just sell it and become like an employee for somebody else. But yeah, he seems like he is a victim of a poor upbringing, an abusive parent type situation that seems pretty obvious, and he has not been given even like the basic understanding of how to run your life. But it isn't that crazy for somebody to think, oh well, having one account and one credit card is safe, when it really isn't. You need to have basically two checking accounts somewhere, one saving account somewhere in one of those two different banks. You need to have a credit card, even if you don't believe in credit and aren't going to spend it. You need to have some kind of card you can use in an emergency if another card gets stolen and they deactivate it and you have to wait several weeks to get access to that money. And he just doesn't really seem to have that, nor does he seem to really have any money at all. PayPal in particular is very unsafe. One of the things in the United States is that they're apparently trying to get away from the Zelle system and instead have the Federal Reserve has announced a system that is called FedNow that banks will use to transfer money quicker, instantaneously, hopefully. But yeah, his life has gotten worse, certainly, as he's now struggling to get his finances back, as far as PayPal screwing them over, which PayPal screws over a lot of people, eBay screws over a lot of people. You definitely would not want your money going through all of that. That is in part why Patreon kind of got away from PayPal and made their own system, I believe. Is that PayPal was such a nightmare, and notably PayPal created by Elon Musk, I believe, even though he's been ousted from that company and not in charge of it anymore. PayPal has always been iffy, and at best it's something like Western Union, which you probably shouldn't use. Of course, part of his problem too would be he's obviously just not transferring, or he's either not getting enough money, financial support, or he's not transferring the money out fast enough. And even as far as a YouTube account and ad revenue, if I was monetized and making money, the first thing I would set up is to have all of that money transferred out as fast as possible out of YouTube's hands into a less interested party's hands, like a bank. Now, I wanted to point out this Twitter feed. Revolution Software has once again, no, not once again, but they have done the thing that's going to get them on the, what are they called? scab list as far as SAG-AFTRA and the Writers Guild of America get on their poop list effectively, because for no real reason they have promoted the Barbie movie with the hashtag Barbie movie, and I assume the Screen Actors Guild and the Writers Guild of America is really making a list, and they really are going to punish anybody like this. So Revolution Software being anti-union, not supporting the strike by promoting the Barbie movie in a small way, and the reason they did it is because they wanted to make a TikTok about their extremely old game, Beneath a Steel Sky, and the fact that there's a joke that there is a blank human form here, and it says I'm going to call you Ken. And they posted it a couple times. I retweeted it. But yeah, so this is twice now where we've seen video game companies either not understand that the unions are asking everybody, whether you're a union member or not, to not promote movies like Barbie or Oppenheimer or whatever. And they are keeping the list, and they're checking it twice as far as people that break that. And you will never be allowed, they have said, into the unions, the Writers Guild of America or SAG-AFTRA. Although in Revolution Software's case, they're a UK-based company anyway, so yeah, they probably wouldn't be part of SAG-AFTRA or the Writers Guild of America anyways. So they're probably not really sweating it, but it is choosing a side, whether you realize you're choosing a side or not, as far as the unions are concerned. The strike is effectively the sacred sacrament of a union. If you're not willing to respect the strike, then you're not really supporting the union or part of the union. You're a scab. You're the worst thing that a union will possibly call you is a scab. Like, if you disagreed with unions in general on several other aspects, or if you disagreed with how individual unions run, none of that is as bad as not having solidarity and not supporting a union. To the point where if you're in a union and you cross the picket line and a strike line for a completely different union, let's say you're in a bread bakers union and you cross the picket line of the Writers Guild of America, even the bread bakers union might expel you from their union, because solidarity is supposed to be universal. And really, unless you are just willing to say, I am 100% anti-union and I am happy being a scab, even if you never have been in a union, you should heavily consider not crossing picket lines. That used to be the default thought, that morally you never crossed the picket line regardless. You supported the individual workers. You did not support corporations. There is not a lot of propaganda or evidence here in this strike that shows that the union is asking for anything ridiculous. They just basically want to be paid fairly and treated fairly, and not be forced to sell their likeness in perpetuity for AI use for the rest of their life, that's probably one of the minor points. They want streaming royalties, all of which would not be much of a loss in profits for the production companies. Meanwhile, the production companies are going to say on one side of their mouth, well, that would cause Netflix and streaming services to be more expensive if we had to pay royalties for the writers and actors. But then out of the other side of their mouth, they have already raised the prices of streaming services. And it is really a separate issue that streaming services are getting more expensive and less viable as an idea. Mortal Kombat 1's full DLC roster has been revealed. DLC and story trailer confirms new and returning characters. This is Omni-Man, one of the characters from Invincible. Homelander here. Peacekeeper here. And then these three characters I don't recognize. Let's see, are they actually listed? Now, weirdly, I don't think all of this is just like owned by Warner Brothers. But maybe it is. Maybe the boys and Omni-Man and Peacekeeper and all these other characters are owned. I would kind of assume these are just DLC from Mortal Kombat characters. But even at that, I don't recognize them, which is a problem. And then visually, the outfits are kind of ridiculous compared to standard Mortal Kombat characters. I think my macros crashed, so my middle click mouse button to close tabs is not working. Jinvid also announced an interactive streaming series called DC Heroes United, puts the audience in charge of the entire DC universe. This is the same creator as far as Borderlands, Echo Vision Live, and yeah, it seems to me like they're doing a parallel experiment here to see, are interactive audience-based decisions a way to make animated things more interesting interactive streaming services instead of just having streaming services. And then they're parallelizing it to say, would a video game like Borderlands that has a much more niche audience acquiesce to the idea of an interactive story, or would DC fans, which is a slightly bigger audience, be more willing to go that way? Inherently, the stereotype, though, is that comic book nerds love to argue and really are not on the same page, to the extreme that even the writers at DC, which grew up as comic book nerds, are constantly arguing with each other, and nobody is on the same page. And that's why we don't have consistent visions, and there isn't an editorial or a writer at DC that stays around long enough to have a consistent vision for even one character past a couple years before it gets handed to somebody else. Whereas Borderlands, at least as a video game series, has had consistent visions for each game written by a 1 or 2 person group of writers, I would imagine. No more than 2. Yeah, it definitely feels like you would just get a bunch of trolls potentially going for the worst outcome if you actually give bad outcomes. Otherwise, it is just going to be this interactive streaming service that has the audience picking whether you follow Batman or Superman for the next scene, and then whatever you pick, it just loops back around to everybody, the Trinity, meeting back up together in the next scene, and it just won't have any real impact. All of this would have to be animated, unless Jinvid really has figured out a way to, on the fly, live, render things, or have things pre-rendered at a very cost-efficient manner. I'd also say, if you just look at this art, this isn't particularly great art for DC. Like this Wonder Woman, hips maybe a little too thin and just not that much detail in the hair. Chest is way too big on Superman. It doesn't really feel like it is the A-team drawing these characters for the game. Excuse me. GameDeveloper.com has an obituary for the Sony veteran and Denton Designs co-founder John Gibson. Gibson was hailed as a pioneer of the UK game industry. Let's see, what did he work on? If we can get the actual list. Started out creating games for the Sinclair ZX Spectrum in the early 80s at Imagine Software. Imagine was a pretty big company back in the day. After Imagine went out of business, he co-founded a Liverpool-based studio, Denton Designs, and worked on such projects as Cosmic War Toad and Gift from the Gods, 2 games I don't recognize. He left Denton a few years later to join Psygenesis and became a key member in the company's advanced technology group, where they made significant contributions to the CD-ROM title Microcosms. According to Moby Games, he remained at Psygenesis when the company was purchased by Sony, but eventually moved to Warthog in 1998. He found his way back to Sony, however, with the seasoned developer joining the Evolution Studio, which was subsequently acquired by PlayStation maker by Sony again in 2007. You'd be surprised how many people get acquired by, how many employees are made a part of a parent company. They leave that parent company to work at a different company, and then that first parent company acquires that company too. And so if you actively hated to work at Sony, which there's really no evidence that he did, but if he did, he twice was forced to work for a company through acquisitions. And that highlights an issue, certainly as far as worker rights, in that you kind of don't have any protection as far as a right to choose who you work for, other than just quitting, and often you might be under contract, so you can't even quit. So if you didn't want to work for Elon Musk and you left Twitter, and then you worked at some other company, and then Twitter acquired that company and you're under contract, you really don't have any protection to say, I have a moral objection to working for Elon Musk, to working for this company in particular. I quit, or I should be let out of my contract. Whereas on an individual basis, if you were, I hate to use the Hitler analogy, but if you were in Germany and Hitler wanted to hire you to write a book for him, ghostwrite a book for him, you would morally be obliged to say no, and you could say no. Of course, Hitler probably didn't shoot you, but you couldn't. Well, Hitler also was making the laws at that time in Germany, so by German law, you probably would be forced to work for him anyways. It's sad, but it's probably also a good thing that most of the people that are dying are so old that their contribution does not really include any games of relevancy by modern times. Like, the last game that they're even mentioning in this obituary is a game called Microcosm. So, yeah, it's more shocking, in my opinion, when you have somebody that's in their 20s or 30s and they worked on a game that came out just a few years ago and they're dying. Whereas John Gibson in this photo doesn't look particularly old, but he doesn't look super young either. And just based on the timeline here, if he was working in the 80s, then he had to have been at, let's say he was 15 in 1980, or 13, add 40 years to that would put him at 53 years old at the youngest, if he was like 13 years old in the 1980s, which would be way too young. Anyways, add perhaps 4 more years to that, so he would be in his 60s more than likely. Which even at that's still fairly young, but it's not somebody in their 30s. Somebody that's 25 years old. And then I guess on that bell curve, you also would run into potential people who died, who just joined the video game industry and wouldn't get obituaries mentioned at all. Like, if this was your first job in the video game industry, or if you'd just done a bunch of QA and you died at the age of 20, you probably wouldn't have even released one game. or you'd worked on one game at most. Uh, this is an interesting idea. Parents are definitely not going to like this, but the ESRB is proposing facial recognition as a new form of age verification. Take a selfie, get your face scanned, buy a game. What could go wrong? If there was a secure enclave chip in like the iPhone alone, and then it became standard in Android phones too, and in that secure enclave chip, it could do a facial recognition scan of you to verify that either you are you, or that you have the features of an average person whose face looks like that, and that you actually are a human and it isn't just a kid holding up a picture of an adult's face in front of them. And then that secure enclave chip gave some kind of encryption verification key to the storefronts to say, yes, it has passed this secure age verification check. I would be okay with that idea, but parents are not going to buy into it for 1 second. And there's really no reason to have any faith at all that that's really what's happening. You have problems on several different avenues here. First of all, you're training kids that it's okay to turn on their cameras and take selfies in general. Even if it is just for this one thing, you've shown a kid how to do it. You've shown them that kids can do it. And once you open that Pandora's box, you can never close it. Once they know there's a camera on the phone, they're going to want to start to take more photos. Eventually, they're going to get a little randy and start to send naughty photos of some sort. That's kind of just the natural thing, natural flow of things. And honestly, if the internet ever forgot, or if there was a way to take down those photos after they had been posted to the internet, it would just be the equivalent of little kids playing doctor in the old days. The difference, though, is little kids playing doctor and showing off body parts usually happens in a small group of friends, usually one-on-one, whereas the internet posting a nude potentially has it spread for all eternity amongst thousands of people, if not millions. I mean, the number's not even finite, really, because it could be a nude made in 2020 could still be floating around in 3030 on the internet. It also inherently stops the ability of smarter parents to disable the cameras, which there are ways, at least on Android phones, to straight up have an administrative policy that disables the use of the camera in anything. You can't just install an app to undo it, or install a different camera app. It's just going to be administrative policy. Apps are not allowed. Cameras are not allowed. And if anything, that software should be even stronger. But yeah, if you're a smarter parent, more technically inclined parent, and you've disabled the camera, the age verification fails then, and it would have to fall back to some other system, which you inherently would still need a fallback to another system anyways. So yeah, it's just not like beneficial to have the camera be the idea. Inherently, you are just trying to copy a system that has failed for decades as far as bartenders looking at people's faces and trying to guess their age, and laws being written in very arbitrary ways to say you only need to ID people if they look like they're below 25, but any bartender can pretty much say, oh, I thought that person was 35, and use that as an excuse to serve alcohol to somebody underage. The convenience of this kind of technology is appealing to people who are willing to overlook all the practical issues around it. The better thing, and it's the one thing that the United States doesn't want to do, is that there would be a national identity card handed out to people. We need to get away from Social Security being that number, because that's a number that should be longer and more secure in the first place and shouldn't be used as for identification. You need to get away from state-run driver's license numbers or passport numbers or things like that, although passport is probably federally run. There is no universal ID card. Inherently, if there was one made in the United States, they probably would have to make some kind of religious objection ability, so you wouldn't have one assigned to you, or make you request one. The tax IDs are another way that you identify for IRS, but really should only be for IRS. But if we did have a identification card by default made, then you could take somebody's name, age, that's probably all you really need, is just the day they were born and the name, and run some kind of algorithm through it to convert that name and that age into a short checksum type number, something that couldn't be modified easily, and then that checksum number would be entered into a website, and then the website could run an algorithm to see if that spit out the right information or not. That's not going to stop kids from using a completely different person's identity, certainly, and it doesn't really verify the identity of the person holding the phone versus the information being typed in, but it makes a lot more sense. And honestly, that's only moving the goalpost a little bit from just making people put in their age and lying about their age. I heard somebody lied just by default because they had always grown up knowing that it's better to not leak your real information on Twitter, and Twitter locked down their account decades later because they tried to update their birthday to the accurate date. But yeah, I don't even really agree with the idea of fingerprinting kids in case they're kidnapped, because that really is more of a trick for police departments to have fingerprints on file for kids they want to throw in jail later on for potentially crimes they did, or potentially just for fraudulent accusations of crimes the kids did. And I don't particularly even think it benefits much to have databases of faces and things like that in the hands of the government by default, or in the hands of corporations. It does make sense for parents to have potentially their kids' face on file and have a recent photo of their kids in case they get kidnapped, which doesn't happen. The fear of kidnapping is way higher in the United States than what really happens, and almost all kidnappings are done by somebody they know. It's either a teacher, a parent, a family member that kidnaps them. So the idea of needing to really figure out where they are or who took them is actually much lower. But yeah, having that information in the hands of parents is one thing, but having it in databases that can be hacked elsewhere is just not really worth it. And the ESRB proposing this suggestion really is just an example of the ESRB trying to pass the buck. Yeah, it doesn't really solve anything. inherently, to purchase something, you have to have a credit card on file, and the apps, the games and things want Google Play Store, Apple Play Store want you to have a credit card on file, and they're not willing to really put in the kind of protections that should be put in to stop people from making purchases willy-nilly. And that's where it needs to be addressed. And it doesn't really solve anything if a parent could be potentially asleep on the couch, and then the kid could just hold the phone in front of the parent's face asleep and then authorize a purchase of $1,000 of like Fortnite bucks or something. Yeah, kids are creative like that, and they will find ways around it. Alright, well, I'm hoping here that on this new window, my plugins work. The middle click works. You can see we're now at a Steam Stealth Fest, which every week there is a new sale, effectively, of some games, which I wish more storefronts were really like this. Like, if you go into a Walmart on a random point, yes, you'll see things claim to have rollback prices and claim to be on sale, but in reality, things aren't really that on sale for physical goods at physical stores, and many stores have basically no sales going on. Whereas Steam sales, there might be a decent discount just on a random collection here of sales. Like, let's see, 85% off for a game called Death to Spies, Rainbow Six Vegas for $2.45, Sniper Elite 1 for $1.99. Those are decent prices. Watch Dogs 2 for $7.50, Assassin's Creed Origins for $8.99. Of course, there is also the problem that, and we won't go any further looking at those sales just because this is going to be a long stream if it does happen. Well, this is taking forever to load. Yeah, it seems like regardless of whether I have traditional QoS enabled or Cake enabled, both of them run into these long delays of loading in pages. Yeah, well, the point I was going to make was that Assassin's Creed Origins may be on sale for $8.50, I think is what it said, but in reality, once you buy the deluxe edition and get all the DLC, you're probably still going to be required to pay $30 for what was originally somewhere between $60 and $80 worth of content. Alright, Video Games Chronicles, and my middle mouse click button doesn't seem like it's working. Suppose the thing I could check here is just make sure I didn't disable it. I'll enable it back, but that probably will not work. No, it did work. It was enabled, but it may have just crashed. So we talked about the Mortal Kombat 1 roster. Sony's infamous E3 2006 press conference is available in 1080p for the first time. The showcase remains as one of E3's most memorable. Now, this is the full unveiling of the PlayStation 3, which had many awkward moments such as a giant enemy crab and Ridge Racer becoming early internet memes. The main problem with this, what is this? This is No Clip History Archive. So No Clip has made their own separate YouTube channel for the footage that they've collected. And what's funny is this title is going back to something I used to do many years ago, where I'd say 1080p HD high quality in the description, and I eventually just gave up on that because it felt less important to really highlight that, and at some point 1080p is not even that good of quality, and it just felt like it wasn't really helping too much on views, although maybe it was. Like, if I could get a 10-year mile high perspective of the way my channel used to get views versus the way it does now, I'd be very interested to see if I somehow moved away from something that was more helpful. The big part, though, if I recall correctly, and this is coming straight out of my memory, was that the E3 presentation and announcement of the PlayStation 3 ended with them announcing the price. And the price was, I want to say, $599, $600, just if you round. If it wasn't actually $599, it would definitely have been a price equivalent to it in that time. The PlayStation 3 was well over $100 more expensive than the Xbox 360 at the time, and it was talked about for months after that as far as just how incredibly expensive that price tag that was announced was, to the point where I'm not sure if I'm remembering correctly, but I think they may have actually reduced the price before it even came out. Now, notably, this PlayStation 3 model is all in white, with just this black faceplate, which is not how the original PlayStation 3 looked. It was all black, but it mostly looked like this. There was also, I think, a memory card reader for Sony Memstick, in the original version somewhere for the PlayStation 3. And then in the long run, we learned that the PlayStation 3 was incredibly difficult to program for, even if it potentially might have been a better technology. It was just too weird of a technology for people to actually program for, and that caused the PlayStation 3, despite having a lot of good exclusives and a lot of good looking games, to lose some audience as far as game developers are concerned to making games for the PlayStation 3. For the Xbox 360 instead of the PlayStation 3. And in the long run, while there was a decent amount of competition in the middle at the end, I think it's fairly obvious to say the PlayStation 3 failed compared to the growth that the Xbox 360 had. Of course, Microsoft totally screwed it up with the Xbox Series 1 and the always online stuff, and then Sony fixed a lot of the problems and dislike for the PS3 by coming out with the PS4, which was a more modern, standardized computer and CPU in it as far as the equipment. Plus, the PS4 promised no always online DRM and an ability to easily share games, even though how much game sharing really was even happening then is questionable. And so that started to turn it around, so people went back to the PlayStation 4. I imagine a lot of people bought PS2s and then skipped just the PS4s and maybe got a 360, or maybe just didn't get anything at all. There was quite a lot of PS2 games to play still throughout the lifetime of the PS3. There was just so many PS2 and PS1 games playable anyways. And after PS4's success for Sony has just been continuing to have fairly large amounts of success, where Microsoft has struggled, and that is the exact argument that they've been making. Certainly that they dropped the ball and they screwed up with the Xbox One, and they've yet to recover from that screw up, and that's why in part they should be allowed to acquire Activision Blizzard, which it seems like that's going to go through, although there's no new evidence to talk about that today. The biggest news for today was that Ubisoft is apparently closing quote unused accounts and disabling access to purchase games. The publisher claims this is due to the GDPR restrictions. According to a user on Twitter, they received an email from Ubisoft warning them they should not click a link. That they should not click a link in said email, which would stop their account suspension. No, this is terribly written. They received an email from Ubisoft warning that, comma, should they not click a link in said email, comma, or no, it should be that, comma, should they not click a link in said email, they would stop, which would stop the account suspension, comma, the account, including all purchases, which this should be the account, and all purchased games would be inaccessible after a certain period. This is a run-on sentence. And the way you fix this is, according to a user on Twitter, they received an email from Ubisoft with a warning, period. That warning said they should click an email. If they do not click an email to stop the account suspension, comma, the account and include all game and purchases, not including all purchased games, would be inaccessible. At least 2 sentences there. Break it down even more. You can avoid by logging into your account within 30 days. Apparently, the GDPR requires closing inactive accounts. Well, almost certainly I have not logged in to my Ubisoft Uplay account since then in 30 days. And it would be quite the hassle to do that. And if you bought something through Steam, that seems like that demands a refund at the very least. So I guess the lesson to learn here is everybody should just launch a Ubisoft game every 30 days to log into Uplay. I don't even know if Uplay, Ubisoft, as far as games you've bought on Steam, have a good email for me. But yeah, notably it is also worth pointing out that Ubisoft changed their Uplay and made it worse and got rid of a lot of the rewards that the original Uplay had when it was trying to be a competitor to Steam, instead of it now just being its own separate launcher for no good reason. Ideally, this just highlights the mess that is Ubisoft and the way things are being done. I wouldn't be surprised if this is actually only being implemented for people in the European Union or people who claimed they are European citizens, because GDPR does apply to European citizens abroad, but it definitely cannot apply really to people who claim they are in the United States and United States citizens. So it might very well come down to what server did you make your Ubisoft account on in the first place. But yeah, that is certainly scary, and that's certainly creating a lot of concern. But yeah, if you were to define 2023 is clearly going to be the year of screwing the consumer over. You have Netflix getting rid of password sharing, Netflix getting rid of their basic lower, cheaper platform in favor of a more expensive ad platform, Disney Plus increasing its fees, Hulu either increasing its fees or just not really making enough content to justify its existence, plus losing people who were actually supporting Hulu, so Hulu's on the verge of drastically changing. Amazon Prime had a good Prime sale this year, but uh, their Prime Video is pretty awful, and it always has been, as far as just how much content they make and how much that really can be justified in the expensive cost for Prime these days. Apple TV, I think with Silo, did pretty good, but then they're ending Ted Lasso, it seems, and Apple TV has always been bad for just how much content they make. And that's not even getting into like a lot of the other streaming services that are screwing over consumers, plus all the other businesses and all the other industries screwing over people. People being union busting all over the place, people being underpaid, yet another year of people not getting increases to minimum wage or be given a living or comfortable wage. We really should be pushing for comfortable wages at the very least if you're not going to go for UBI. Just all over the place, things getting screwed over. Disney Plus is also doing the Disney Vault thing in a different way, in that there's quite a lot of content that is being released to Disney Plus and then taken down and then removed. Paramount Plus, I think, also did that with one of their Star Trek series. Is that maybe it was Star Trek Prodigy, where the idea of Disney Plus, the main sales point that would have made people want to get Disney Plus in the first place, is that this was going to be the Disney Vault. This was going to be the place where, with the exception of something like Song of the South, everything would be streamable and viewable on Disney Plus. And instead, we're seeing Hollywood accounting taking over, and we're seeing content being fully made and then taken down after streaming for just a couple months so they can write it down as a loss on taxes. Movies in general have been dying forever. So as far as consumers who enjoyed movies, which there aren't, I think, that many people left that actually enjoy the experience of going to movie theaters as they actually happen, the actual real world experience versus the fictionalized theoretical experience of going to a movie, which should be a lot better. Yeah, the consumer universally over this year, and it's not just this year, it's been getting worse and worse, has been screwed over, but particularly in this year. Of course, that has nothing to do with video games, other than video games are getting more expensive too. Like the push to $70 and $80 being the new normal for AAA games, and the push towards visuals. That's one of the things about Shadow of the Tomb Raider that I find also really sucks, is that clearly that's a game that's focusing too much on the visuals and not focusing enough on just making more better level designs and better encounters and just better gameplay. On top of which, Shadow of the Tomb Raider crashes pretty frequently at an unacceptable level on my computer, and has had plenty of time to fix that and make sure it doesn't crash, and hasn't bothered to do it. But yeah, video games are getting more and more expensive because the developers want them to be more and more expensive, versus trying to commoditize video games like they should be, where they would get cheaper and you could get more of them and more variety. Of course, Call of Duty shows that for the people that only play Call of Duty, having multiple games like Call of Duty doesn't work for that audience. Moving back to video game news, High on Life is now available on the PS4 and PS5. Bit Summit 2023 claimed record attendance with over 23,000 visitors attending Japan's leading indie game expo. 23,000 is quite a lot, I would imagine, considering how small the room was for Bit Summit, and it is indie games. Noticeably, you can see a decent number of people in this shot in Japan wearing masks, although not everybody. Here's a lady not wearing a mask. And maybe here's a guy not wearing a mask. And it kind of seems like that's it. If only the rest of the world was still following such strict limitations. And this may have nothing to do with COVID at all. This may just be standard. Japanese have adopted wearing masks when you're in conventions, and it's a good idea. Mandatory masks handed out at the beginning of a convention just to keep people from passing along con flu. Just, standard viruses and bacteria, since standard cold and flus would be ideal in conventions, although conventions themselves also not really succeeding greatly. The main problem with this screenshot, though, is you look in the background and you try to recognize any of these games, and I don't really recognize any of it. So that could be basically anything as far as Japanese indie games. Let's see. It looks like Insomniac is working on a third game alongside Spider-Man and Wolverine. A recently resurfaced interview suggests it has an unannounced game, according to Video Games Chronicle. I guess we should probably just take that rumor as a rumor, and there's nothing else you can really do about that other than potentially be hyped that Insomniac is working on a game. Although, should you really be hyped on the idea that they're working on 3 games at the time, because that potentially means that there's less manpower going into Spider-Man and Wolverine, which I assume Spider-Man and Wolverine are 2 games, and it's not 1 game with Spider-Man and Wolverine, which you definitely could make a game called Spider-Man and Wolverine, although that would probably be a weird crossover to have at the moment. That feels like something you would have done in the 80s or 90s in comic books, not nowadays. Wolverine is a big enough character to stand alone, and Spider-Man's a big enough character to stand alone, and you'd want Spider-Man to potentially introduce the Sinister Six or Venom or just even the Avengers as spin-off characters in sequels and spin-off games, and you'd want Wolverine to be separate so he could introduce the X-Men and the personal enemies of Wolverine that he fights in some of the comics. But yeah, once you introduce the X-Men through Wolverine, then you have a whole new, about a third of the Marvel Universe is probably X-Men characters. Here is Video Games Chronicles story about John Gibson passing away. 40-year career, including a lengthy stint at Sony and Psygnosis. See if they have some more modern games to compare. Say he worked on it. He's best known in modern times for working on MotorStorm games and Drive Club games, which GameDeveloper.com really should have mentioned that. And he was seemingly one of the people who learned the code by teaching themselves on the ZX81 computer, which is not the ZX Spectrum, but an earlier one. And that ZX series of personal computers / game consoles, as some of them were sold as both, really led to the UK learning programming and being much more influential in game development than they really should have been. And it highlights the possibility of education, certainly. If there was a new generation of people in the middle of the deepest part of Africa where technology had just never even really reached their village, if you could get a generation of people to learn how to program on modern hardware and in modern ways, with modern code, they would be so enthralled with it that it would give a major artificial boost in just how many games would have been developed in that deepest, darkest part of Africa. Darkest, probably not the right term to use these days. But yeah, unfortunately, there are other factors, and it doesn't always turn that way. You look at like Taiwan has been able to modernize and have several industries that are very effective by focusing on improving their economy, whereas India has struggled to do the same, even though they've put a lot more effort into it, just because India is trying to grow too fast, and too many of their too much conflict with like Pakistan and their surrounding countries, and too many of their people are still holding on to traditional ways of life and are just not educated enough. And I'd argue maybe India focused too much on training people to speak English and be customer service on the phone people, instead of pushing them towards actually creating something new or working in more viable industries. India sells itself as a place for very cheap labor, or it did, whereas Taiwan, I don't think, was selling itself as we have cheap labor on our small island with a lot of people. They were selling themselves as we have a small number of people that are going to have to be smarter and work harder to compete globally. And that's back to the UK. UK is an island with a small number of people. If it wants to succeed in future generations, it's got to get its people to work smarter and work harder, which I hate to use those phrases, to compete globally. Although, arguably, they just maybe need to gain some landmass through merger, join the European Union, or become the 51st state, or even become part of Canada or Iceland or something like that. Just having more land might help them a lot more. It's no surprise that the UK and the British Empire really needed an empire to succeed, being a small island and being in a fairly unhelpful client as far as growing things or building infrastructure. One of the things that the UK, I think, could do, and this is rambling again, is if they had a massive redevelopment of their land and tear down the old buildings and get rid of the culture that they love so much for a lot of the old buildings, and instead had a Tokyo-style modern city outside of London, which is too expensive, then that would certainly, I think, help them quite a bit. And that is what Taiwan did too, is that they rebuilt everything, or built everything to be modern buildings and modern highways and roads. Moving on, video games. Apparently an Armored Core 6 box photo reportedly has been revealed online with multiplayer details. The game will seemingly support extra slots for spectators. I guess that's interesting information. I'm not sure how many people really want to play Armored Core though. A Stormcloud Vapor Xbox Series X and S control is seemingly leaked, which seems like Microsoft could intentionally leak every new color combination for controllers, because they're not any different other than the color on them. It would be interesting, certainly, if there was something new as far as the controller went, but best I can assume is that we will stick with the core controller layout for the entirety of the Xbox Series X, Series S. And in the next console that they make, they potentially will maybe add a few more buttons versus the Xbox Elite controllers. But I wouldn't be surprised if they don't change much at all. It would make a lot of sense if there was just like an Xbox Core Game Pass button or something that just went to the Xbox Live or went to streaming more, and that was the only button that was being added. There needs to be some experimentation other than Nintendo as far as new controllers, but I just don't see Microsoft doing that. That being said, with Major Nelson out of charge, maybe everything will be different. Maybe we'll get a wildly different controller and console next time. It would be kind of interesting if they tried something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft spins off and tries to make a Steam Deck type competitor, and on that Steam Deck type competitor they try a slightly different layout closer to the Steam Deck with the touchpads or some other way, and in that they do some experiments and we get some new inputs. We desperately do need a few more buttons as far as selecting weapons and controller layouts. We don't have extra fingers to press buttons, but as humans we still have not found the perfect analogy of real-world interaction, and we aren't close enough to putting on VR gloves and just interacting with things in the real world. Let's see, we already talked about Tencent acquiring the majority shareholding in Dying Light Studio Techland. An Armored Core 6 live stream has been announced for Tuesday. We talked about the 1400 retro games being added to Xbox, thanks largely to Phil Spencer. If anything, that's probably an article that really shows how glory rolls uphill. If poop rolls downhill, glory rolls uphill, and people will give thanks to the CEO and the manager of a company and not say a good word as far as all the low-level employees who also would have been involved in decisions and helped to work to accomplish things. And that's how managers stay managers, is that they take all the credit and they pass the blame downward to lower employees. Let's see. Apparently, Xbox has created the world's first ever pizza-scented controller. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles themed controllers will be given away. Is it something that has the ability to spray pizza scent and different types of pizza scent? Or is it just a plastic controller that has been infused with some kind of perfume that smells like pizza? Weirdly, the pizza slice on the back here seems to be attached to the controller. There might be an argument. Well, the last thing I want to do is see more chemicals in the world, and microplastics and plastics are already a problem. So the idea of infusing plastic and then having microplastics that are infused with smells and perfumes sounds really dangerous for the world's oceans and garbage piles. But I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see something like that, where plastic things get infused with a slightly pleasant smell because it sells a fraction of a percentage more often if it doesn't have that plasticky smell or a neutral smell to it. Let's see. The controller comes in 4 variations, each representing the signature colors, weapons, and personalities of the Turtle Brothers. Yeah. And this Ninja Turtles cartoon, I believe, is weirdly being voiced by teenagers or kids for the Ninja Turtles, and then they have some stunt casting for the other characters, which it'll be interesting to see if that works, because that would be an interesting experiment for them to underpay kid voice actors to play the Ninja Turtles. And Nickelodeon owns Ninja Turtles now, so that would be Nickelodeon underpaying non-union workers probably to voice act the Turtles, and then instead of paying for better voice actors who would demand more pay, although a lot of quote-unquote better voice actors aren't much better. Alright, here it is. These exclusive wireless controllers come with a built-in scent diffuser shaped like a slice of delicious New York za, says Xbox's Josh Stein. So the entire pizza back part is the scent diffuser, and it is a scent diffuser, which tends to imply that there will be some kind of electricity adding heat, probably extra batteries adding heat, and possibly a fan. I'd like to see somebody potentially take it out apart. It also makes me kind of assume that you're going to be able to just disconnect these pizza slices on the back and have a regular controller. They all are pepperoni pizzas from the look of it, which, yeah, perhaps it might have made more sense to have different flavors of pizza, but it probably would have been more difficult to try and centrifuge it. So it's not plastics infused with a scent that would just always have that permanent smell, which it might be fairly hard to make a plastic that was constantly off-gassing a pleasant smell that also would be safe to smell. Instead, it is just attaching a diffuser to a regular controller. Not a terrible skin for a controller. If there's one thing I can really complain about the skins of Xbox controllers, is that they often are very bland single color or two-tone color skins, whereas if you are a Ninja Turtle fan, which I question how many kids these days really are, this stands out and does look different and more interesting. We already talked about the EchoVision live streaming service. It'll be interesting to see how that goes, if it goes. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 artwork and the game logos may have leaked. Seemingly we're getting quite a bit of leaks these days. Apparently this is part of a Monster Energy box art. Star Wars Outlaws developers have discussed world building in a behind the scenes video. If you want to watch that video on Video Games Chronicles. We're going along today. The PlayStation's Project Q handheld game runs Android. Leaked images are suggesting the handheld could launch later this year, although it's getting kind of late for them to launch it if they're going to try and reach Christmas. At a certain level, it makes all the sense in the world to make a device that runs on Linux. Android in itself is a wrapper on top of Linux or part of Linux, so that makes a lot of sense too. It may very well be that they are just developing on Linux to also, and that eventually the Android part is stripped out or minimized. It almost certainly is going to be minimized quite a bit. I guess one of the questions to ask here would be, is this a way in which Sony is repurposing Sony phones and trying to not lose the cell phone business and the manufacturing part of cell phone businesses to somebody like Samsung by putting controllers on the side of what would be effectively just cell phone hardware? Although one would hope that this device would be fairly powerful compared to cell phones and not as expensive as a gaming phone. It does feel like with these analog sticks, which are very blacking, you can barely even see them, that you might end up going past the bezel while pressing the controllers or just tapping on the screen a lot of times. But this layout does honestly feel more ergonomic as far as the idea. Although I would have put the screen higher up. They're trying to squeeze it all into this like rectangular package, whereas I would say visually you want your controller lower and your hands lower and have the screen start at the bottom right here and go up that way. I could see a folding screen idea, certainly doing that, or a rolling screen or something like that, to have that happen. I could also see that the real desire at some point would have been to have the screen roll up so that the two handles would squish together and it would fit in a pocket. But that's not going to happen at any reasonable price. I could see the idea of detachable handles too, and then that would potentially have different coordination. If you could detach this handle and put it down here, and detach this handle and put it down here, that would give you more options. And even for like the Joy-Cons on the Switch, that kind of would have been a nice idea if they came out with a Switch which was twice as big a screen and the Joy-Cons could be at the top or the bottom or in the middle, wherever you want them. That would be good. And then if you could rotate the screen to be vertical for like a shoot 'em up game and put a controller on this side and this side, that could be good. Or if you wanted to play pinball, that would be an option too. Particularly if these are mostly just Bluetooth controllers. If these were Bluetooth controllers like Joy-Cons and there was just a rail that powered them on the edges. Yep, there's a lot of designs certainly you could experiment with, and kind of I guess they're not doing too much other than the ergonomic feel on Project Q. But we haven't heard a lot about Project Q yet, so it's possible that they will do a lot more. It's very possible that it's going to be a overly expensive Steam Deck competitor that really is only designed to stream, and it might have been a product that would have worked a year ago before the Steam Deck became super available and popular, but now does not work because of that competition. Moving on to the Gematsu articles, we have Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, with further details, characters, and organizations. We talked about Echovision Live and DC Heroes United. Mortal Kombat 1 added Lee Mei, Tanya, and Baraka as part of the Combat Pack roster announcement. I don't know if I know a Lee Mei. I don't recognize this character. And I mean, maybe this is Lee Mei and maybe this is Tanya. Yeah. I do recognize Baraka as a character. So at this level, it definitely feels like Mortal Kombat 1 is going to include, either through DLC or just through original, most of the characters people kind of liked or remembered. But it's not trying to include characters that showed up in like Mortal Kombat 11 or 10 or 9, things that characters people really don't remember and don't care about it. And a lot of characters like Goro and Darius are going to just be cameo fighters, so they're trying to de-emphasize characters. They're trying to reduce the number of characters that would have animations you would have to make in full for every attack and every fatality and every interaction. Trying to get back to basics and have a smaller roster, which is probably a smart move. But then inherently, how do they stop themselves from making the same mistake again over the next decade, in which they reboot the series and then they have to make a Mortal Kombat 2 and introduce even more characters, and then they have to make a Mortal Kombat 3 to introduce even more characters. You can't. They've run out of ideas as far as babalities and fatalities and things like that. You can't really add too many more gimmicks. So it is just a fighting game that's going to want more characters. And inherently, that's why so many fighting games become set in stone, where people just like Street Fighter 2 and they didn't really care about Street Fighter 1 or Street Fighter 3. There is a small subset that will always play the newest Street Fighter games, but then there's still people that just want to play Smash Brothers on the Nintendo 64, and they don't want to play the new versions of Smash Brothers, regardless if there's new abilities and items and characters. Let's see. One Piece Pirate Warriors 4 Character Pass 2 has been announced. If you want to check that out on Gamatsu. Then we talked about the Adam Eve visual novel, which is getting kind of an unfair extra covering here, because if this wasn't connected to an Amazon Prime cartoon, adult cartoon, and if this wasn't connected to a comic book, I would just look at this and absolutely say no to it. I would never give it the time of day. And yet, it's going to get a YouTube short. Otherwise, High on Life and being available on the PS4, PS5. We talked about. Let's see, this week's Japanese game releases. Let's see what we've got. Crime Machina, Deep One, Disney Illusion Island, which is not shown. Let's see if we can click on anything here. Disney Illusion Island is a weird continuation of some of the previous older Disney Illusion games, I think is what they were. And it is this newer art style that is kind of weird. Hanasaki Work Spring, Hayarigami 1, 2, 3 pack, Natsumon 20th Century Summer Vacation, Sega Planets 4 work set, Toho Shojinigi 5 and Toho Genso Moroku W double pack, and then You Suck at Parking. So kind of a high number of games, although not very recognizable names on a lot of them. And then a fairly small number of digital only games. Sandland has a 12 minutes of SDCC 2023 gameplay if you want to check that out at Gamatsu. San Diego Comic-Con, weirdly promoting a video game. Which, yeah, all conventions will eventually just be a combination of almost every type of niche entertainment. It won't be comic book conventions or anime conventions or video game conventions or well, I don't know what else kind of conventions you would really have. But yeah, I imagine if San Diego Comic-Con wants to succeed, it eventually is just going to get named something like PAX, and there will just be some movie influence, some comic influence, some video game influence. It'll all be transmedia entertainment. Of course, there are some things that will always be separate. You're not going to get like a furry convention in your San Diego Comic-Con, and you're not going to get into like the adult video expo conventions in San Diego Comic-Con. Those conventions may happen back to back or at the same time, but they won't be at the same event. But yeah, there's very few parents that would take their kids to a comic book convention that wouldn't also take them to a video game convention. there's some parents that wouldn't also take them to an anime convention. Certainly, a movie convention itself doesn't actually exist, weirdly, when it kind of would make a lot of sense for there just to be movie conventions. There are like sci-fi conventions, certainly, where fans of sci-fi get together and talk about sci-fi books and movies, but somebody who just wanted to go and buy some memorabilia from their favorite movies, or just buy a bunch of movies in physical form, it's weird that there isn't something like that I know of, because it probably would work, for particularly as people learn that they're losing access to their media through streaming services. A physical disc movie convention where there's just a lot of people trading DVDs and Blu-rays that are out of print might work fairly well. Moving on though. Power Pro Baseball Ecan 9 Crossroad has a teaser trailer. This is a smartphone game that may also be Japanese exclusive. Valis, the Phantasm Soldier Collection 3 has been announced for Switch. These are older 90s anime style games that they are re-releasing. Well, I guess I was wrong here. The first game here seems to have come out in December of 1986 on the PC 8801 form factor, and it was then re-released in 87 for the Famicom, not the NES, though, so not in the West. And potentially this never came to the West, because I'm not seeing any Western, like American consoles. Super Famicom, Mega Drive, instead of Master System. It must have gone to Europe, at least if it was the Mega Drive, although they may have called the Mega Drive in Japan too. But in general, I guess this is not 90s anime, this is 80s anime. Maybe I can learn that and be more accurate in the way I describe art. Which I have a language to it, but the language could be skewed and wrong, certainly, as far as how I describe some of these older art styles. Relatively older art styles as far as anime is concerned, not really old art styles such as like Mona Lisa, Renaissance, hundreds of years ago art styles. Moving on, Natsumon 20th Century Summer Vacation details the neighboring town, transportation, fortunes, and pig care. So they're just further explaining what this slice of life adventure game is all about, even though almost certainly it's not going to benefit me much, as it's probably not coming to the West. Although I would say this Natsumon game looks like it could come to the West a little bit easier than some of the other kid-friendly slice of life games, because like if you try to make Shin-Chan come to the West, then you have to kind of explain a long history of Shin-Chan, whereas if you make a game like Shin-Chan and called it Natsumon, which maybe there is a long history to Natsumon that I'm not aware of, maybe there isn't, but if you made something like Shin-Chan that was brand new and brought it to the West, you don't have to explain that backstory too much. You still kind of have to explain the just cultural elements here that aren't going to fully cross over. This would be a very weird game to let a preteen, teenager kid or little kid in the West play, running around having an adventure. Ironically, it's weird that there isn't Western versions of these games. Like, it would be easy enough, certainly, to have some kid in Nebraska wandering around the forest. I don't know why I picked Nebraska there, but yeah, just wandering around a kind of forested, very rural city in the United States, having a bit of an adventure. Just an American kid. But there is a cultural lack of trust that of strangers in the United States, where in Japan they actually do let kids wander around quite a bit, and they just expect the kids to know where they're going and to make it home by dinner time, and they, for the most part, do know where they're going and make it home by dinner time. Whereas overprotective parents in the West, in the United States, would not want video games to really encourage that. That's why we don't even really have a Pokemon equivalent decades later of some like Western kid getting some kind of monster character and going on an adventure of his own. So it's kind of a great example of how the general just feeling of society, the general feeling of parents in the West, has stymied the art creation and the way artists think in the West, and what they think would sell in the West. Capitalism limiting what kind of art can be created again. And ironically, the closest Western game I can think of in which there is a kid wandering around is something like Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, which is set in a fantasy world and definitely is based around tragedy and not something you really would want to have happen, and it's not like a fun slice of life experience. Or the Life is Strange second game series, where it's the brothers that are on the run from the law and being chased by, I think, a racist police officer throughout the United States. Which, again, not a fun slice of life story to be had there. Yeah, I'm really trying to rack my brain to think, is there another situation like that? You'd think that there'd be some kind of Nintendo game, but Nintendo doesn't ever set anything in the real world and never really has just slice of life experiences. If they were going to do a slice of life, it would be like Mario in the Mushroom Kingdom having a slice of life experience, which isn't really slice of life at that point. Xbox and Microsoft basically don't make any kids games, and slice of life games probably are kids games. Sony, as a first party developer, doesn't, I think, have anything like that either. Yeah. Arguably, maybe slice of life games aren't that popular, but we've seen several summer vacation type slice of life games announced over this summer, so they're popular enough. Moving on, Tangle Deep is now available for the PS4. It was previously released for the Switch and PC. Let's just make sure it's on the fall list, or there's a justification as to why it's not on the fall list. Yeah, it is more than on the fall list. It is in my library. I feel like this game must have been free at some point. And I don't know if SteamDB ever remembers when things are free as part of its listing. If I actually bought this game, I don't know why I would have. And I can see it's very positive, but it just does not seem like anything I actually would have ever played. Well, regardless, that was the information I was looking for. I got the answer. Infinity Strash Dragon Quest: The Adventures of Dai details its character battle systems and 16 minutes of gameplay. This is again from Gamatsu. Lots of screenshots here. Lots of flashy, glowing lights in the action. There is perhaps a slight catch-22 in my own personal desire to have games that don't have blinding flashes of lights to hide the fact that you're not animating any actual collision between the two characters, but also wanting to have a game that is highly action-based, so you're not doing a very slow turn-based JRPG game experience. That is one thing also that I've noticed about some of the animations in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, is that you will at some point in the middle notice that characters are just pantomiming that they have something in their hands and that they're handing it to somebody else, or they're there was a point where I saw two characters, two kids try to high five, and they just come like within 6 inches of high fiving, but their hands don't actually touch. And just in the later 2/3 point of the game, it is at that point you're going to notice some poor animations for what is this game that is selling itself with ray tracing and very high graphics and visuals, that there's a lack of effort in human touching other human interactions. On top of that, you still have to talk about the bugginess too, and there was a point where I straight up T-posed. I was on a tree branch, and it let me press Y button to jump down and stab a character and kill them, and instead of jumping down and showing the animation of me stabbing the character and killing him, I bounced on his head and then T-posed and floated in the air until other enemies shot and killed me. Which, yeah. After Mass Effect Andromeda and their solution of just crashing the whole game if the characters go into a T-pose, that may just be the better suggestion instead of showing a T-pose. Because if anybody can ever get footage of your character T-posing, that is going to be a pretty big mark of shame of your engine in your game being broken. Although it really probably doesn't make a lot of sense for the game to crash one more time as far as Shadow of the Tomb Raider just because it did T-pose. But noticeably the game does have like a restart chapter section, because it knows at some point you will potentially need to restart the chapter because something glitched. Let's see. Trine 5, A Clockwork Conspiracy, launches August 31st. Remember, Trine 3 or Trine 4 was not very well received. Trine is 3 characters swapping in and out to solve puzzles on a side-scrolling platforming game. Let's see. They're not mentioning the Trine series. Let's see if we can figure this out. Trine 4 is 90% positive, and Trine 3 is 64% positive. So in all fairness, if you just power through Trine 3 to Trine 4, you're all right at that point. Or you could skip Trine 3 and just go to Trine 4. Or maybe even skip straight to Trine 5. This cutscene animation is probably deceptive in what really you're going to see. The backgrounds are going to be pretty, but for the most part you just need to focus on your main characters. You have a archer lady, a heavy tank shield bearer, and sword character, and a wizard. And I would assume that these are the same characters throughout the entire series, and that it isn't a new group of people each time. Now weirdly, this video is still not playing despite all of my plugins being crashed. That's why so much of this is at the top here. So whatever it is that causes videos to not play on Steam seems not really to be directly connected to just the extensions. It may very well be just different hosting sites. We've talked several times about Tencent acquiring Techland. And it definitely is going to be a situation where if Tencent is really the bad guy causing Shift Up to change, they are experimenting with the smallest of companies that they've acquired or invested in, and they will have so much investment in so many other companies before they start to make drastic changes, it'll be too late. Even a FTC like government organization would have a really hard time breaking up Tencent at this point, if it needed to be broken up back into its original companies, you just can't unwind that ball of string. Of course, if any government was going to do it, it would be the Chinese government, and I could see the Chinese government doing something like that, but more than likely they wouldn't, and if they were going to do it, they would just hand control of Tencent over to a different person and not break it up. Moving on, Logic King is coming to the PS4 on August 24th. It's currently available for the Switch. Looks to me like it's some kind of card game. Or a card-based logic game. From the looks of it, it's not on PC. So really this is one of those cases where the thumbnail is all you can go by, and this may just be a very pretty thumbnail for a very basic, minimalistic, cell phone-like game. A dark fairy tale Metroidvania game called Rin the Last Child launches September 21st. So we'll stick that on the follow list and make a YouTube short on that. I guess I am fairly limited on the types of Metroidvania games I really want to play. So much so that I really just want to play Metroid games. And I probably should try to broaden my horizons and enjoy more fantasy games with Metroidvania style gameplay. That's really the only way I would learn to be a better fan of Metroidvanias. Although I should just also play the Castlevania games too. Rise of the Triad Ludicrous Edition for consoles has been delayed to an unannounced date. The PC version is still due out on July 31st. So the game's being delayed. Rise of the Triad, I think, is actually a game I very barely remember from the 80s. As far as a Doom clone. That being said, looking at the screenshots, it definitely doesn't look like much of anything I would care about nowadays. And that's going to bring us to the GameDeveloper.com articles. Let's see. This is old news by this point from the 20th. FTC suspending its administrative challenge to see if the appeal works as far as the Activision Blizzard deal. Google, Meta, and other companies establishing AI safeguards. Premier League extending its licensing partnership with EA Sports. John Gibson passing away. Tencent owning Techland, or majority shareholder. The mobile developer called Closing Theory has raised $2.3 million in a funding round. And then the ESRB proposing facial recognition, which we talked about. Which that brings us to the Steam follow list cleanup, and at this point, it should start the auto blur. We'll see if that works since everything else crashed. Yes, it did. So there is something about when the plugins crash that does not go into crashing the one plugin I need to detect if the title changes. The title of the window, which I'm using a plugin to change the title of the window. Then every time it detects that the title of the window of the Firefox browser changes, it blurs, which is a very roundabout way of doing an auto blur. But the only other way to do it would be to screenshot every frame and see if the screenshot changed, and then every time I would click one of these, the screenshot would change and it would blur again, and that would be even worse. You'd have to have more intelligence to like do optical character recognition of the title and only change when the title changes, which that would be even harder to implement. which I guess that's to say it's a miracle that the auto blur works at all. Sadly, programmers like me never get appreciated for the cool things we do, enough in their own minds at least. And technology is only, in programming, is only as useful as the person using it and the person capable of using it. So a lot of my macros and programs fall apart the second I'm not around to baby them and make sure they keep working, or I'm not around to activate them and run them. This game, Hot Heat Reset Chapter 1 on the fall list, while it does have over 30 reviews, I just don't know why I would have wanted to say yes to this, and I definitely don't like the idea of a chapterized game for something this simplistic. This is one of those slide against the wall puzzle games, and maybe there was something there that interested me. But yeah, overall I'm gonna say no to that one. And then Hot Heat Reset in general, without the chapter, is not relevant enough and really looks like the same game. I kind of see what I was thinking here, probably, is that this would be a much faster paced sliding against the wall, and that people would actually be shooting at you and you'd be dividing and fighting. That this almost would be like a Pac-Man game if you were going to try to make Pac-Man as fast as possible and not give independent controls and as far as when you could turn or go a different direction. But yeah, even if this worked greatly, it's still not visually polished enough, and it's not really what I would want to play. It's a little too neon. Alright. Next we have a game called Hospice Volume 1, which has a very different art style, very pixelated. Arguably this may be pixelated just to hide a lack of artistic style. Regardless, it's not really relevant, and it's from like November of 2022. English and Russian languages, which is also a bit of a red flag, so that can leave. There definitely were games that I was putting on the fall list just because it was visually different, just because I wanted a little bit more variety. At this point, though, I have so many games in the backlog and so little time to spend playing games that just looking for variety and scraping the bottom of the barrel is not part of it. Plus, I've just done such a better job in this last year of looking at every single new game and adding things to the fall list that it puts a much different perspective on looking at something like this, where this now looks just low effort. Hoser Hockey. Looks like it's a hockey game. It's barely relevant, though. So what I would say here is, what's the cheapest this has been? $3.99. We'll actually consider price here. And then we know it's 76% at 34 reviews. There's gotta be a hope here that there is a better hockey game than this out there, top-down hockey style game. I often think in hockey games like this there may just be a very passionate fan base of hockey players that play hockey in the real world, and very few people that will really want to play digital hockey otherwise. So yeah, it's interesting. Their trailer blurred, their background there. That's not a blur I'm doing. But yeah, no to Hoser Hockey. Obviously we're going through games that start with H. Horse Club Adventures, very positive. One of these days it might behoove me to try and cover a horse game for little girls, even though I very possibly am the absolute worst person to go for that. That being said, it meets the requirements of being very positive, and having 30 reviews. Seems like it's kind of expensive. And then let's check out Horse Club Adventures 2. I'm going to add this one to the follow list. If anything, this feels like it takes it into that 3D realm, which maybe makes the game a little bit more difficult to make and less polished. Now, I would say if you're going to have brightly colored pants, perhaps you don't have the inner parts of it brown. I don't know if this is really how they make riding pants for girls riding horses or not, but to me it just screams on first impression that they've all pooped themselves. And I would imagine kids would feel the exact same way. So it would make a lot of sense if riding pants have to have thick padded leather on the backside and inner thighs, which they very possibly do, even though they're riding on a saddle. You then would just not have custom colored pants in the real world or in the video game. You would just say everything is going to be that same brown or that same black color. Let's see. Next, we have Horrors of the North from October of 2022, which we have to say no to because it's just not relevant enough. No reviews. Horror Tales The Wine. In general, I would say it looks like an asset flip horror game. That being said, it's incredibly popular in the reviews. So it's got to go to the wish list. Just make sure it's out of early access. And interestingly, this is being bundled with several other games, and this Mind Path to Thalamus is definitely one I remember. And see, can we see how popular that is? We'll just have to click on it, I guess. Yeah, this one was mixed reviewed, and that's why it's not on it. And then this one is mixed reviewed too, so you have a bundle of 2 mixed reviewed games and then one very positive reviewed game that made it to the wish list, all from this developer. That being said, while this guy may be a developer who's making kind of walking simulators, he's stepped in a different direction by making a horror game, potential walking simulator, and he definitely seems like he's been trying to improve himself over the years, 2014, 2018, 2019, and 2021. If anything, he's probably an example of what should happen as far as Steam Direct and people making games, is that if they're actually trying, that they should make enough money to keep them funded to try again and get better, versus so many walking simulator developers who just make garbage games and then take the money and run, and you never hear from them again. Let's see, Horror Tale Samantha, I guess, needs more time. It is at 20 reviews right now, 80% positive. But it also came out in January, so I'll give it a little bit more time. And then Horror Tale 1, Kidnapper, also needs more time. And then I guess the question is going to come down to, are these the exact same games? No, Horror Tale 2 is Samantha from January 10th, 2023. This is January 5th, 2023. So it's a serialized thing. So I'm being accidentally here, I'm being extremely generous by having 2 games on wish list and or on the fall list, when generally I would have dismissed this as them being greedy and trying to sell the same game twice. $5 for this, or bundled for $8.49. This is something I'm glad has not really caught on as far as just the episodic idea as far as selling games. Next we have Horror Story Hollow Seed, which is 73% positive, and while that is mostly positive, I do think I would want to say no to this. Let's watch the trailer and give it a chance. But this is from October 28th, 2021, and that's not really that many reviews for as old as it is. So yeah, it looks like a walking simulator jump scare type horror game. And honestly, I just want a little bit more gameplay in a game like that, and this trailer's fairly long if you're just going to sit there and watch the entire trailer. If anything, I think that is kind of the problem with like Last of Us and Last of Us 2, is that they totally abandoned in Last of Us 2 the idea of there being any real horror elements. It feels like, again, not having played Last of Us 1 or 2, it definitely feels like the reviews did not mention any spooky spots in the second game. And it just kind of became a stealth game and an action game. Even having like action games that have scary sections doesn't happen anywhere as much as you would think it should in games. So, horror stories, please comply. An escape room story. Looks like it's an asset flip escape room, which is just not relevant enough, so we're gonna take that off. And that was a slow followerless cleanup, but in the end we got through it. Now let's get through all the games that have come out on Steam and try and burn through this fairly quickly. My seat cushions are flattening for as long as I've been sitting on the chair. Save My Sister is going to be a no. Russian Train Trip 3 is almost certainly going to be a no. We have a Japanese RPG Maker game here that we can say no to. It's not going to support English anyways. We have a adult game called My Hypnotized Family, and it is flat 2D characters, but very much in, oh, I don't even know what style you would call this. It's a Western style. It's trashy comic style, for lack of a better description. Like it feels like something. There must have been a style like this in something like Playboy or some kind of like magazines that were mailed directly to people in the 60s or 70s. Let's see. Yeah, it almost feels like you might call it like the cracked magazine style or something like that, but that's probably not a good reference. Regardless, it looks like it's a visual novel. The characters in the animation style look pretty awful to my eye. It's definitely not a style I would like. You have 3 adult women that seem to have just about the same body type, maybe 4. And the game is weirdly early access, and it's $8.49. It claims to have full audio in it, but I question that. I wouldn't say the angles are particularly good. I wouldn't say they're getting particularly good shots anywhere. It doesn't look like there's much of a story or any branching stuff. It says it has original writing and hand-drawn art, which, in all fairness, I guess you could describe most art styles as hand-drawn art if it is actually hand-drawn and be accurate. Escape condition here doesn't look visually polished enough. This game Witches, I think, doesn't look like it has enough here either. It's just a random assembly of floating island dungeons. It's like a roguelike type hack and slash game from the looks of it, but it's not even tagged as roguelite elements, so maybe it is not roguelite. Maybe nothing changes in each run. Regardless, it's just not polished enough. Outbreak story looks like nothing. Interesting. Wait, nope. That's an adult game, but on the screenshot alone, I couldn't recognize it. He effed the girl out of me is the name of this. It is terrible. I wouldn't even really call this animation style hand-drawn. I'm gonna basically just have to risk it and show how terrible this animation is. Low resolution, pixely, minimal color palette drawing here. The whole game seems to be incredibly low resolution. Says it takes 40 minutes to play. Overall, narrative visual novel about trauma and sex work made for the Game Boy. So yeah, there's not really any graphic elements here that I think you're actually going to see as far as adult content. The game is free, so price is right, but he's put it seemingly on the adult section just because of the title. And weirdly, there are actually reviews here from actual people, which is not something you see as far as adult games, generally speaking. Although, how good are any of these mainstream video game journalists, I'll leave up to you to decide. It's about the author's experience with sex work, so it's apparently autobiographical, if you're going to believe it. That's been semi-fictionalized. And then almost certainly it's just going to be talking about all of these elements. So yeah, it's an oddball. I don't want to call it just like an SJW game, although it does kind of have the feeling that it might be something like that, or a woke game, or whatever othering label I might throw on something like this. But it doesn't feel like much of a quality of game, and it definitely is an oddball being in the adult section like this. This is where the adult section certainly could grow, so I'm glad to see this actually on the adult section of Steam, and covering more adult topics in dialogue or depiction is a smart move. But I definitely wouldn't want to see the adult section be completely overrun with games like this, just that are this poor quality. There's a question, I guess, here of being lack of informed, since it did mention dead naming, So obviously, if this is based on a real world author's experience to the point where they did transition, because there's transphobia and dead naming and gender dysphoria all mentioned here, then this Taylor McHugh name potentially is the name of somebody else that I should recognize, but I would recognize them by a different name. So in particular, what I would throw out there is that if Taylor McHugh was, say, Zoe Quinn, just to pick the name out from Depression Quest, then if that was the dead name for Taylor McHugh, which I'm not saying it is, and I have no idea, but it would be better for consumers to know that and realize that the creator of Depression Quest and that single-handedly created the Gamergate situation and was the cause of Gamergate. If she had transitioned and is going by a different name, and I personally, as a content creator, find her so controversial that I really wouldn't ever want to cover Depression Quest, well then I want to be informed if I accidentally am covering a different game from somebody who's highly controversial. Of course, anybody can put any fake name as the developer as far as you want, and so if you're boycotting the developer name, the publisher name has never been helpful. This other game I can say from Taylor McHugh is mixed reviewed at 55% and not in the adult section. So seems to me like there's perhaps a experiment going on with putting it in the adult section so it doesn't get negatively reviewed as fast. And this previous game of theirs from 2018 was not designed for Game Boy, and art style looks bad, but I would argue it only is worse. Here. Although, in all fairness, if you're actually making something for Game Boy, there's only 4 shades of grayscale in Game Boy. If you're trying to do Game Boy Color, then you have to limit yourself pretty much to those 4 colors being translated into 4 shades of gray, which is where you might get this crazy color palettes. But yeah, overall this game does not look good quality. Let's see, moving on, let me see if this is adult. It's not. Poly Jigsaw is a jigsaw puzzle with some furry animals. I don't think I need to make YouTube shorts around jigsaw puzzle games though. I'm willing to curate those out. Droid Mole's Lavender Town looks like an RPG Maker game. What I really would want is, if you're going to make an adult game that is, I guess, the equivalent of Les Miserables in the sense that you're covering some really tough subjects, I'd also want it to have a level of polish equivalent to Les Miserables also. Cooking Picks as a game. Well, at some level I don't understand what I'm looking at, but seems like it's a card passing game that would take a lot of effort to learn, and an interface that does not look visually polished enough to make me want to learn that. It doesn't feel like there's enough scoring or interaction here. It's kind of weird that you have spinning coffee cups happening all around all of this. This feels to me like this might be based on some kind of Asian game, or maybe French game. yeah, I've never heard of Cooking Pigs as a game, and it's just too simplistic. I don't know if we are even at the point now, if you were going to make something that was hyper realistic and well designed, though, that you could really get a character to be cared about in a video game to tell that kind of Les Miserables story. I'm gonna say no to Nightscape. This Smash dungeon looks polished enough to deserve a follow, I think. But yeah, there are some highly emotional TV and movie things that maybe if there was some rotoscoping animation over them would lose their emotion, or they might be just so emotional that it might be better if they were rotoscoped. I know there's this Amazon Prime one where the character goes through time and it's all rotoscoped, and honestly I think the story would have been just better if it hadn't been rotoscoped, and that they're spending a lot of energy doing that. I guess one way I'm going to say no to this prodigious avian game, whatever it is. One of the things they could potentially think about there is like the Superman movie with Superman dying. Is that more emotional when done in live action versus when it's been done in animation? And I would say in that case the animation very possibly is better, because that is the way we've known Superman, is that he's been animated way more often than he's been depicted in real world elements. On the other hand, is Silent Hill 1 the video game, if it was remade and looking amazingly polished, will that be more emotional than the Silent Hill live action movie? And I think it definitely depends on how fictionalized the characters are in the world is as to the way it's being depicted. So in general, if you wanted to make an adult game that was autobiographical and only semi-fictionalized in some way, you probably should try to make it as live action. It should probably be an attempt at a full motion video, although that probably would come out cheesy. That being said, her story worked very well with full motion video and would have worked less well if it was just a 3D CGI character sitting in the interview room in her story. I'm going to say no to Frozen Garden. It does not feel like there's quite enough here. Hidden Kingdom top-down 3D is too simplistic of a title. I should probably judge more games just based on their lack of innovative titles. Icarus and the Price of Sin looks like it's a visual novel gay game. Although we still have that weird split there where this isn't in the adult section and there isn't mature content warning. It's also a fairly short game at 5+ hours for $8.99, which is more than enough to dismiss this. The animation style too is that Western style that's slightly influenced by anime, but not done in any real quality way. Here we have a game called Return Semicolon, which looks like an Escape the Room VR game, which we can say no to. Then we have Semantic Misspelled, which just looks kind of like an asset flip zombie shooter. We can say no to that. Bad Dreams. It's already on the fault list. It actually does look like a horror game. So it's a VR horror game that either came out of early access or is just now available. Fingers crossed, I guess, if it's already on the fall list, it's been given a YouTube short. I don't feel a need to make another YouTube short. Maybe that's a mistake. Weed Runner is nothing of interest, very pixely. And notice there is this pattern that you see in a lot of games, is that the worse the graphics are, the more dramatic the story potentially tries to be. Not always the case though. A lot of games are just simplistic and not dramatic at all, and the graphics look terrible. It's weird that this is a point and click adventure. It's really ugly even for point and click adventure games. Here we have a game called Super Cat Boy, which looks like a platformer, fairly well polished, so we'll give that a follow. We have Time Bandit Part 1 Appendages of the Machine. I feel like there was another game that had time in the name, but not Time Bandit. It was maybe a year or two ago, Super Time Protectors or something. It was a whole group of time-based people. It has nothing to do with this. This is just going to be a no. And then we have an adult-looking game, but it says it only has strong language, alcohol, and revealing outfits. And there's no DLC here. But yeah, suffice it to say, you get this first screenshot here of a lot of butt cleavage and back and side boob. It's an oddly anatomically incorrect style here from this screenshot. Is that it is fairly large head with very, very thin hips and way too much butt for that screenshot. But yeah, it's called Office Girls in Games, and it looks like it's just a visual novel that has been censored, and that there's going to be a lot of lewdness. Like, at a certain point, I think you could define this as an anorexic style. It's just like, look at that neck. It is way, way too thin for the giant heads they have. And while these people are long and stretched out, and they're not going for like the shorter kawaii or even shorter moe style, they definitely have this long stretched out nonsense where there's just not even enough room for organs. Like, where are organs is the meme, and you can see on the arms and legs it's totally out of even what you normally would see, which is normally anatomically incorrect. You get slightly better depictions the more clothes they have on of something that seems more realistic for the character in that case, but only slightly. Yep. But apparently this is just a censored one of these games, and that is part of the silencing factor, certainly, of the censorship that Steam does enforce by their rules and regulations, is that we're seeing increased games that self-censor and don't have any of the adult content that they should probably have in them. So then you just have a bunch of garbage visual novels. So for everybody that complains about there being way too many visual novels, or visual novels selling too much on Steam, part of the reason why there's too many visual novels is because of the censorship, or part of the reason why there are bad visual novels is because of the censorship. We still have a lot of other kinds of bad visual novels. This Principle of Karma doesn't look like anything. Alfredo's Sneaky Meal looks like it is a half Donkey Kong, half Burger. What is it? Burger Maker? I forget the name of that game. Either way, it doesn't look particularly good. Burger Time, yeah, is the name of the game. Which is a little surprising that Burger Time isn't something that you easily could play on Steam. It might be available for purchase, but it's also something most people probably wouldn't remember enough to actually want to purchase it. Music Store Simulator. It's an interesting thought, so I'm going to give this a follow, but I heavily question whether music stores really exist or can really exist in the real world. You probably could get one in every megaplex, every major city around the world, but one music store, in that case, a Guitar Center type place, not even a non-franchised place. But if you're talking small towns having one or two music stores, it's unlikely that you could really run something like that. Even in this case, you're seeing it also being a music studio where you can record and test out and record artists and make CDs, make singles and albums. Now, I will add in the caveat that there probably are very, very small music repair shops, which are slightly different in my mind in even small towns, because if your local high schools have a band or have an orchestra, I wouldn't be surprised if there's one company that has a contract to fix all of the instruments being broken by kids that don't know how to treat fairly delicate equipment properly. And that may be enough to make a small music repair shop successful. That can be anything from as small as in the elementary schools selling like recorders, plastic recorders, up to like high schools where you're selling expensive violin strings and repairs on violins and drum sets and things like that. So I'm probably being unfair in making a separation in my mind between what would be a Guitar Center that would have a recording studio and a music store that would have a massive storage shelves in the back and very small repair shops that are mostly just a guy working out of his garage. And yeah, it has nothing to do with this video game or video games in general to make that statement. Regardless, we'll make a YouTube short on that. Next game, we have one called Space Cat Tactics, if I can read correctly. I'll give that a chance. It's a silly enough name, at least. Boy, it took a long time there for that to kick in. Hannah and Henry. Let's see. Presto, magic becomes real in this big-hearted latchkey kid Hannah, witch in training, under the tutelage of her pet cat as she learns general witchcraft and not the hocus pocus stuff she's seen on TV. This game suffers from dark screenshot syndrome, and it seems to me like it is a dance simulator more than anything else, that the entire gameplay is just hitting 1, 2, 3 on your keyboard, and it really just feels like asset flipped stuff. It's not the worst idea as far as a story, though. Instead of having like a Harry Potter kid go to Hogwarts, just have her in her city learning witchcraft from her pet cat. And if anything, maybe that's where you can add some spice to a slice of life game in the West, is to have a character be magical and learn magic spells while wandering around her city. Give a little bit of direction to it. That being said, obviously, this is not that game. This is going to be a no. Next, we have a game called Cast, which I don't know if this is a projection game or what. Looks to me like it is a projection game. Should I make a YouTube short around this? Sure. Why not? Let's not be stingy. We'll put it on the follow. Next we have one called Suki Sauce Arena. That's not a spelling. Sukis Sauce Arena. That doesn't sound to me like an actual Japanese word. Seems close, but whatever. It says it's English, Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. And looking at the screenshots, it looks like it's just a visual novel of no real interest. So I'm going to say no to it. We have a game called Micro, which doesn't seem like it's in English. Looks like it's a top-down twin-stick shooter, but it's only Portuguese Brazil. So we can't do anything with that. Next we have a game called Idle Worlds, which doesn't look visually polished. And we have a game called Ores. You're at point 0, therefore you need to go to point 1. Is that it? Or is there something more to it? See, this feels like, well, feels pretty much like it's either a sick or crazy girl wandering around and is doing this dark psychological storyline while also implementing platforming and jumping. If anything, this feels like this is a pencil sketch artist trying to do an art style that would be kind of his squiggly vision type art style. Alright, well, in general, I think this is probably nothing, but I will be generous and put this on the follow list, but I can't really justify making a YouTube short around it. It just doesn't seem like there's enough of a game here. This could be like 5 minutes of content for all I know. Yeah. Speaking of unknowing something, I started watching this thing I think on Amazon Prime where it's fairy characters and fae folk, and I figured it was just based off some like teenage young novel, like something like Twilight or something, and then very quickly it's just like full on softcore sex in the first episode, and I'm like, oh well, this is definitely going for more of a mature story, although it is still very fantastical and might be very simplistic as far as it was going. And even before the romance scene, there was a lot of violence and death even before then. And it's definitely weird to see live action actors with fairy wings. This Lepidoptera doesn't look like anything worth mentioning. Okay, next we have an adult game called 30 Days, which is the standard 3D CGI games. You have a lady with red hair that seems to have a couple different hairstyles, a lady with black hair, several different ladies. Now weirdly, every single screenshot here is what I would just call YouTube family friendly, so I guess I can show it off. So if you have been following for a while and wondering what the 3D CGI art style is that I'm talking about, this is pretty much it. You have these 3D models that are assets on some kind of store where it's where it's then sold, the 3D model is, and then used in video games. What the problem with this is that you often in these games are just getting a very linear, no choices, no interaction visual novel storylines, and you never really know if you're getting any animation at all. This may just be a still that was made from a 3D image, or if you are getting animation, it could be very bad. There could be no lip flap, there could be no voice acting, there could be no movements. It could be looping in very small, simplistic movements. Says there's two very cute 18-year-old fraternal twins, which maybe explains the different hairstyles of the characters. And yeah, I would say these are very nice looking characters for the 3D models being shown. But is there really a game here? Probably not. Is there really a story here? Probably not. It's a little weird that you can choose between 3 females and 3 males. That makes this a little strangely equal. But yeah, it does also just seem very weird that none of the screenshots are really showing anything there. It's a game that's early access and it's $10 and it's English only. It doesn't claim to have full audio voice acting, so yeah, I definitely wouldn't believe that is the case. Main character can be male or female, which is somewhat helpful. Let's see. It says it has 8 story-driven LIs. I don't know what LI would even mean. Choice of regulation alters several things throughout the story. Several fetishes, cosplay, BDSM, voyeurism, lesbian. If you go the full female route. Future features, pregnancy, lesbianism with the male route, Nico, furry, harem, and group sex. So yeah, no real speaking of how long the game is. My concern here, if there really is much of a concern, is that this may be the new standard of even more censorship from Valve, and they may straight up be telling them that even in the screenshots, even in the adult section, these screenshots need to be censored. Which I've almost certainly made the argument that that should be the case, but the horse is already out of the barn by that point, and like there's just thousands and thousands of adult games on the storefront that already have like explicit nudity in their screenshots. To make all those developers change their screenshot is going to be really unfair to them. Plus, it doesn't really inform the player very much. As I'm actually watching the trailer play here, there's very little being shown as far as anything that looks nicely polished as far as interaction or gameplay. And in the trailer video there is actual nudity, so it's weird that the screenshots don't show it. It seems like it very likely could just be pre-rendered cutscenes in a few places, and your mileage may drastically vary as far as just the quality of the cutscenes. Some cutscenes might be very good, some cutscenes might be very bad. Yeah. I don't know why you would put out a video that was fully explicit and then put out all the screenshots if it was your decision that didn't at least show a nipple in the adult section. Seems I got a very different understanding of what that game was by watching the video versus looking at the screenshots, and that's just bad advertisement if it really is the developer's fault there, because you should be able to get just about the same idea watching the trailer as looking at the screenshots. In this example, off-road mechanic simulator, I know it's an off-road mechanic simulator where you also drive the off-road game cars, so it's a half driving game and half mechanical repair game. And for that, I can put this game on the follow list and give it a YouTube short. We may not have that many games left, so we may not see any anime style adult game today. Which, yeah, the balance always seems to go up and down a little bit on that. We have a dungeon crawler game here called Rat Catcher, which doesn't look like anything of interest. Here we have a dating sim game called The Way of Wine, which just looks like a visual novel and I don't think is particularly well animated. This is another problem, certainly with tags, is that you can just tag almost any game as hand-drawn and almost any game as anime, and hand-drawn means nothing to me, and anime does mean something to me, and I would not call this anime. Just in particular, since it doesn't support Japanese as a language or any Asian language, it only is English and Spanish. Next, we have a game called Fur Quest. I'll be exceedingly generous and put this on the fall list, but I'm not going to make a short around it. Like, this looks like nothing to me, but I'm going to open myself up to being potentially wrong. Something like that could be a different art style for a really good reason. Next, we have this game called Spectre, which looks almost like a stealth game that might have a real polish to it, but it also just feels like a lot of dark screenshot syndrome. And that is still considerably a major problem with Shadow of the Tomb Raider also, is that there are major parts in that game where it is just too dark, even turning the brightness up. The ray tracing element only made the game more likely to have procedurally generated shadows instead of older games which would have had light boxed and textured areas that were programmed to be lit a certain way so people could always see it. And at a certain level, you almost have to have a toggleable, controllable flashlight or camera mode. And there is, I guess, technically a camera mode in Shadow of the Tomb Raider. It's just not something you'd easily pull up. You'd have to hit pause and go into photo mode for that to really use that. But yeah, you almost have to have a flashlight mode if you're going to have ray tracing to just adjust for the fact that in the real world, real people would have put lamps and lights in rooms to make sure the rooms were lit up. But in a video game world, people are just not paying that much attention or spending that much energy to make sure lighting works that way. Or if you're building a forest with speed tree, there's probably very little, if probably no code in speed tree to make a densely packed forest that also has a canopy that's open enough so light always gets into that area, so you can actually see things. I still think I'm just gonna say no to this. No to Spectre. Next we have what looks like a differently animated turn-based strategy placement game. I'll give it a short and put it on the fall list, although it's probably not the style of game I'd really want to play. And then we have what looks like an adult game. Let me see what it says here. Game may contain content not appropriate for all ages or may not be appropriate for viewing at work, is all it says. Which is not detailed enough by any means to describe the content in the game. So I've got to make my own discretion here. So this is one of these Sakura games from Winged Cloud, so it is one of these games that is going to go up into the line of being lewd but not nude, and most of these Sakura games are not that interesting because of that. There's a whole bundle here of 43 items for $130 under the Winged Cloud bundle, or if you just want 41 Sakura games, then it's $128.30 for 41 items. Not much of a difference there in the bundle. And Winged Cloud is kind of, I think, notorious, if I'm going to speculate here, of using basically the same characters that maybe they hand drew them and created them, but they use them in multiple games over and over again. Tend to be, it looks like, big boobed characters. This time they're all going to be bunny girls in the outfits. Yep. Particularly like comparing the anorexic style, you can see here the hip to waist ratio is more realistic. Still not really anatomically correct, particularly when you throw giant G cup size boobs on it, but yeah, it is being a little bit more anatomically correct on the width, and I would say on the length in part 2 you're not getting these super stretched out, like short, super stretched out, super tall characters as far as arms and legs and things like that. Now, what do you do with a game like this? Some of these Winged Cloud games have sold pretty well, but I think just for YouTube family friendliness, making a YouTube short around this is not something I generally would want to do, but maybe we should do an experiment. Eventually I'm just going to have to get close enough to the line that hopefully YouTube would just say, hey, we're going to demonetize this one character, this one YouTube short, because in that 1 minute it's too hot for a YouTube short. Of course, if I am going to do that, then I also need to see what this looks like in the 1 minute, because that's what would really be playing here, is this 1 minute video. And these videos play too slow. Let's just see if we can jump around a little bit. It's just showing off the 3 characters and their 3 different outfits, different backgrounds for this visual novel. It's going to be a very short visual novel for sure. Yeah, that looks family friendly enough to potentially experiment on a YouTube short. Next we have something called Phantom Matrix. It is a theatrical physics-based stealth puzzle VR game. Well, seems to me like you are throwing things to knock the hats off of the characters. You're playing as like a cat. But see, weirdly, this is kind of the exact thing I don't really want to have happen in a VR game, is that you're just picking up items and throwing things, potentially swinging your hands wildly. I would like to see perhaps if people would review this, but it's also a VR game, so we probably won't ever see that. It's an interesting concept, but I think that really is the last thing you should be doing in VR. So it seems a little dangerous, but I'm going to make a YouTube short on it anyways. Buyer beware. Next we have Knights of the Throne, which just looks like a standard 8-bit RPG game of no interest. And then we have a game called Nuna Prologue, which looks like it might be a card-based positional placement game. It looks to me like it's just not really enough polish here though for it, so I'm gonna say no. Then we have something called Otok. Very chill sandbox city builder, no goals, just build your island as beautifully as you can with the given buildings. Okay, so how do you play? Basically, then this is just an asset flip game. They're just telling you make your own game with it. I can't even really tell if you're in a sandy area or if you're in an oceany area. Yep, I think I have to say no for that. That's just far too simplistic. Let's see. Next we have a game called Driving Strikers, which just looks like a very poor effort at Rocket League clone. And then we have a game called Asurus Trial, which doesn't look polished enough to interest me. And that's the end of the show. So we didn't get any anime style adult games today. We'll keep an eye out to see if we see any on Wednesday or Friday. After being here and streaming for 4 hours and 21 minutes, I think I'm probably as healthy as I'm going to get for a while. So I probably can get back to a more stringent work style. I also still need to upload and program my new style of uploading videos. So I've got a lot of work. That's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me further, there's some links down below in the description box.